Welcome everyone to the broadcast of Norway Chess and the Norway Chess Women. This is day 7 and apologies for the slight technical issues on our end. The power outage was trying to stop us from following the world-class chess that we have here in Norway, but no, not even that can do what we are about to witness. There is so much action to cover today. We're gonna head straight to the playing venue, but let me introduce you to our wonderful panel here. We've got, representing our audience, chess content creator Simon Bélanger.
It's a pleasure, Anna. Thank you.
Our chess expert is Norwegian Grandmaster Aryan Tari.
Happy to be here.
And our special guest for the day is Henrik Carlsen, the father and biggest supporter of world #1 Magnus Carlsen. I am your host, International Master Anna Rudolf, and we are heading straight to the playing hall. As we mentioned, the games are underway. The power outage could not stop these moves from being played. We have here, with the white pieces, the reigning world champion Gukesh D facing the tournament leader Wesley So. Aryan, let's check in with this beautiful view. And are you any surprised about the opening choice of these two players?
It's not an unusual opening. Gukesh goes for the Italian opening, which is something that he has played a lot in his career. Wesley also plays his opening with both the white side and the black side. He had this Italian opening against Magnus a couple days ago, where he got the win. But this time he plays it a bit differently, and he places his bishop on this e7 square, instead of going all the way to c5.
Now we have
So far, they're playing their moves pretty fast, and Wesley develops his slice squared bishop all the way to the right side of the board, pinning the white knight. And Gukesh is playing his move very quickly there. So it seems like both sides are still in their prep. And now Gukesh is pushing the pawn in front of his king two squares up. Very risky approach. He's capturing that pawn in the center. Wesley So is sacrificing a pawn. The king of Gukesh is exposed. What do you make of this, Henrik?
I think it's very exciting. Hopefully there will be some blood on the floor during the game.
I've personally never seen this position before, and I would consider myself an opening expert, especially in the Italian opening. But this one had some very unusual move order, as the white bishop dropped back one square, and then he went for this this pawn push. So certainly, we might see fireworks in this game, as if you open up for your king, you're definitely taking some risks. But I think Wesley has been expecting this. Let's see what he's going to do here. I think he's going to trade the knights, because this knight in the center of the board is hitting the black bishop.
We often talk about these moves here, the pawn being pushed in front of your own king after castling. We tell all of our students not to do this, and then we see Grandmaster just completely breaking the rules. Henrik, how do you see this? That we learn the opening principles, we learn what to do in chess, and then the top chess players in the world always show us how we probably shouldn't go this bold in our own games, because they are so strong that they know when to break these principles.
But also, I think in this age of computers, the youngsters have learned so much from the computers, and they're being more pragmatic. So kind of they calculate all the variation. Does it work? And then the answer to that question is much more important than these principles that we are used to adhering to. So,
Very true.
well, for instance, my son Magnus, he's been in the elite chess nearly 20 years, so he's kind of seen both these worlds. So he's used to a world where you follow some of these principles, but then he's had to adapt, like the other young stars coming up, playing more dynamic, more pragmatic chess. So it's a very interesting development, I think.
Simon, what are your thoughts when you see these pawn pushes and Gukesh now with the extra pawn, but it's his preparation still, of course.
Yeah, it seems like his preparation, and it feels like he's playing really fast, maybe trying to destroy Wesley psychologically.
Wesley is the tournament leader, and Gukesh hasn't had the best of tournaments so far here in Norway. So it would be crucial for Gukesh to bounce back with the 3 points that you get here in Classical. If you win, that's huge. Anyone can still win the tournament.
Yeah, and I feel like they sense that now it's the time. It's the time to push. No more draws. We're taking more risk. So it's more entertaining for us because, as Henrik said, more blood on the street.
And it has been the tendency of the tournament. We had 4 decisive results yesterday in Classical. All 3 games yesterday in Norway Chess were decided in Classical Chess. And we love to see that. Maybe today even more. Like, what do you guys expect from today? If we can have a bit of a prediction time, will we see just as many Classical games being decided? What's your call on that, Henrik?
Well, I'm not sure I want to jinx my son, so
Of course.
let me predict the 2 other games. I think Gukesh will win today, and maybe also Praggnanandhaa will win today. So I know those 2 haven't done that well previously in the tournament, but I'm rooting for the Indian players today, basically.
India might be really happy right now to hear that.
Yeah.
I believe so as well. You're making all the Indian fans very happy. If Gukesh and Praggnanandhaa both manage to win today, that would be, of course, really important for the tournament. Simon, your predictions for today? Will we see many decisive results in Classical? Will we see more Armageddon?
Yeah, I think right now we need the players needs to really step up their game and take more risk as we talk about. So I predict. Most of the game are going to be decided in Classical.
I've been told that our analysis board is back up and working, so I think we can show some moves in the Gukesh Wesley So game to show our viewers what's going on, because it is a very exciting position. Wesley has sacrificed a pawn, but if we look at the clock situation here, Gukesh has made his move really quickly. I think Wesley is still kind of in preparation, but he's trying to remember what he has exactly looked at. It's a very dangerous position to be in, because if you don't make the accurate moves here with black, you're just going to end up being a pawn down. So let's look. After white captured his pawn, Wesley captured back, Gukesh took with a rook, and this knight was threatened, so it moved to this square. Gukesh attacking it again. And now I'm expecting Wesley to drop his knight back to this square, hitting the white rook and trying to centralize the knight again on this square as it puts pressure on the white bishop. But I think the plan of Gukesh here is to centralize his rook to this square, hitting the black queen. And it's kind of tricky where this black queen goes. If you put the bishop in the center. Let's see if yeah, I think we have some issues with the analysis board again. Okay, it seems working. White can place his bishop on this square, and this is a very strange position. White has exposed the king. White is a pawn up, but at the same time, if White gets to finish a development, White is going to have a big advantage. So now this bishop is hanging, but if you capture it, Black is going to lose the queen. So very tricky situation, and I've actually taken a look here to see what's happening, and it seems like the best move is actually to not move the knight right now, but put the bishop. Put the bishop on this square, hitting the white rook, forcing the rook to go back before retreating the knight. And in this position, Black has actually very typical compensation for the pawn. The bishop is pointing on this diagonal. Black has some ideas.
More development as
centralizing the knight. And White has an exposed king. So when I look at this position, it really reminds me of a famous variation in the Roy Lopez. I mean, this came from an Italian game, but in the Spanish we have a very famous variation called the Marshall opening, where black does sacrifice a pawn and gets a lot of compensation for it. And the Marshall is something Magnus played in the World Championship in 2016 against Koryakin. I mean, it's been played by many great grandmasters. This one is a bit different though, and I think it's a very good sign for Gukesh that Wesley is taking some time now, because if Wesley doesn't know his lines well, it might be an opening success for White.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, as an amateur player that have seen this pawn sacrifice many times, but mainly in this so-called Marshall opening. But and now I can't recall really how the pieces are located compared to the Marshall. But what's your impression? Is this a better or worse situation compared to the normal way of sacrificing that pawn?
Yeah, usually this light squared bishop is actually on this square and sometimes landing on this diagonal. So it's a bit different. This bishop doesn't have so much potential on g6, I would say, but sometimes maybe it can support the pawn push. I think if I would compare it to the Marshall, from the first impression, it looks like an improved version for black, because I believe in the Marshall, White's pawn is already on this square and controlling this important central square. And right now, I think if you would look at this position for the first time, it looks very dangerous for White, but because Gukesh has analyzed this with the computer, he knows how the lines goes, he knows the best moves and the evaluation in the position, and that gives him a lot of confidence.
And Wesley So, maybe he's thinking, maybe if I put my knight on the edge of the board, maybe Gukesh is going to be out of his preparation. Maybe, you know, because he's thinking, as you said, maybe the bishop moving, try to target the... Oh, now we see the...
Oh, he went back.
Yeah, he went back with the knight.
Yeah, I think Gukesh is going to react very quickly here, because this was the move he was expecting.
So you think he's going to threaten the queen?
I think he's going to threaten the queen. I think it's what he has to do. His rook is hanging right now, so he has to move the rook. If he goes all the way back, black gets excellent compensation, places his knight in the center of the board, hitting the white bishop, and if you have to move that bishop again, moving the bishop 3 times, it's very, very passive. Black can make a move like this. The queen is getting involved, and I would not be confident in White's shoes. So this is a very natural move. You're hitting the black queen, gaining a tempo. A tempo means that you're kind of gaining a move, and in this case, you're hitting the black queen. And if the black queen moves, you have another move to react. Here, if White gets the bishop out, this is looking much better than the other variation. Now, White is controlling more squares. This rook looks very funny in the middle of the board, but it stops the black knight from activating to this square. And White is about to finish the development here, so things get critical. But I'm a bit surprised that Gukesh has not made his move immediately, because this must have been something he has looked at before the game. If you open up for your king like this,
Yeah, and you wanna put pressure psychologically on your opponent and play fast at the beginning. But yeah, it's really rare that we see a rook in the middle of the board as early in the game. We're on move 13, and there's already a rook sitting there, just hanging.
yeah, we're seeing a very, very ambitious Gukesh today. He's had a tough tournament so far. He lost yesterday. And he lost yesterday against Vincent Keymer, and the day before he lost to Prague. So the world champion losing 2 games in a row. No, sorry, actually he beat Prague, but he lost to Vincent Keymer yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
But he's looking to bounce back today against the tournament leader Wesley So.
And I believe we can show an update on the game of world number 1, Magnus Carlsen, whose father is here to help us understand the psychology behind his game. Because from what I heard, Magnus spent nearly 13 minutes on his second move. He developed the knight in the opening, and his second move was this pawn push, g6. But he took about 13 minutes of a think. Henrik, when you see Magnus taking a long time in the opening, can you talk us through what might be going on in his mind? Is he choosing between lines? Did he get surprised in the opening? What do you think might have been the reason why Magnus spent so long at the start?
I think he was definitely surprised, basically. And then he's sitting, thinking through Vincent Keymer's game historically, and trying to anticipate what he's going to do in various variations that Magnus could to play, and then kind of making up his mind about the best game strategy, basically. It can also be a sign of some indecision, which he has struggled a little bit with in this tournament, but it's not typical on move 2, basically. So I think the explanation is that he was surprised, and he felt it was already a very important junction with regard to what way he wants the game to go. Because on one hand, he doesn't want to take too much risk with the black pieces. But on the other hand, we have seen his way of playing this tournament, that he really wants to create something, and he believes that if he can survive into the close to the time scramble, anything can happen, as we've seen in his previous games. So it's probably these kind of evaluations and considerations he's been spending time on. Unless he's just been to the toilet or something.
I think in this case he was sitting at the board, but
Okay.
you're right, there's a lot of factors to take into account. The other day he went for coffee, and he said he's feeling like this is a dad move. He's a father already. He's going for coffee at the start of the game. Very focused already. And Aryan, when we break down those opening moves and that second move, g6, that took the longer think by Magnus, what can you tell us about the opening and this current position?
Yeah, so Vincent is known to be a very positional player. His coach is Peter Leko, one of the biggest legends in the chess world. Peter Leko, he played a famous world championship back in 2004 against Vladimir Kramnik, and that was such a close match where I believe it ended with 7-7, but back then the defender had the favor that if the match was tied, they would win the match. And Peter Leko was leading the match before the final game where he lost. So Peter Leko was a top player for many years and been helping Vincent Keymer since he was 13 years old, I believe. So he's been really shaping him as a top player. And Vincent, he plays all kinds of opening, but he likes to play move his knight on the first move. He also likes to play the English opening as well. But here he fianchettos the bishop. Magnus is mirroring Vincent's moves. I think Magnus was spending a lot of time because Magnus plays every opening. He knows all the systems, and he was just sitting there trying to decide what he felt for going for today. And eventually we got a position where in this situation, Black has this very solid option of pushing this pawn one square, followed by taking the center. And this is known to be a very, very solid variation. Black is doing all right, but you don't get too many winning chances. But what Magnus went for instead is much more lively and fighting, I would say. And I'm happy to see that. He should go for a sharper battle. Vincent now develops his knight. I think here Black has different options. They can, for instance, push this pawn one square. One move I don't think Magnus is going to play is develop his bishop to this f5 square, which does look very natural. But the issue here is that White can move his knight to the edge of the board. And the best move for Black is actually to move with the bishop all the way back to this square. And I think this is supposed to be theoretically okay for black, but I don't think Magnus wants to repeat moves considering the tournament situation. So he might develop his knight to support the center, or he might play this pawn push and open up for the black queen. There are different alternatives that black can go for here. And Magnus has seen this position many times before. I think he's also had it in his games. So he's just deciding now what he wants to opt for. What do you think, Henrik?
Again, he has to balance the risk of losing versus his strong will to try to win the game and create some imbalances. So I know that when we played golf today, he had quite a good day on the golf course. So his mood should be good and he's probably feeling okay. So I haven't spoken to him about his level of ambition today, but I would guess that he's relatively ambitious even with the black pieces against a positional player like Vincent. Whether that's a good idea or not, we will see.
I'm thinking maybe Magnus is considering putting the knight on the edge of the board. I would say it's unusual, right? But maybe, maybe that
this
could
knight,
create...
like on this square?
No, the other one,
Yeah.
the other knight on the edge of the board.
Black sometimes does put a knight on this square. I think they usually don't do it on this one, however, because the knight doesn't have a future really on this square. If white castles here, I mean, you could attack the white center, but after this pawn pushes one square up, black's position often ends up being quite passive. So I think he's gonna put it in a center. But I feel like I've seen in this position that this move is possible for black as well. A pawn sacrifice, where if you capture, black will capture back, and if you take that pawn again, black moves his queen to the center of the board, hitting the white knight. If the knight moves back, you can develop the rook, and here usually black gets very interesting play for a sacrificed pawn. But the issue might be that white can capture and go for this endgame, capture the pawn. I think I've also seen this position before, that black is supposed to have enough compensation. So Magnus is just sitting there trying to maybe remember something he's seen in the past or figure out which line he's gonna go for. But I mean, what Henrik is saying makes so much sense, because he always has to sort of keep in mind the balance of trying to play for a win, but also not playing something too risky. Such a tough thing to do when you're playing against such a strong player like Vincent Keymer, number 5 in the world. It's hard to be Magnus.
Yeah, and we could look at two different aspects of the risk reward here. On one hand, if you win a game, you get 3 points in total, you and your competitor or opponent. While if you play a draw, there's only 2.5 points that is divided. So game theoretically, you want to maximize the chances of decisive results already in game 1. On the other hand, these are humans, and I think we know that psychologically it hurts more to lose than the benefit you get from winning. It's not symmetrical. And you have to take that into account also. And that's why some players, you see, they are very hesitant to take risks at all, because they really hate losing. Magnus, he really hates losing, but he's also able to recover quite quickly. As we've seen in this tournament, he loses a game or two and he just continues to play for a win, even with the black pieces. So he seems to have adopted this let me try to get the 3 points, because it makes sense based on game theory, basically. So, yeah.
Very, very interesting insights there by Henrik. And yeah, this tournament format is very different than the usual one, as you get 3 points for a win. And actually losing one game and winning one game is much better than making 2 draws in that sense. And that's kind of how Magnus's tournaments has gone. He's only made 1 draw and had 5 decisive games so far. And
he's the player with the most decisive games in Classical. Only 1 game went to Armageddon. That was against Vincent Keymer in round 2. We'll be curious to see what happens
in his previous
today.
tournament in Sigmund Chess, his last 4 games were decisive, I think. So now he has 9 out of the last 10. That's quite unusual. But it seems he's willing to take a lot of risk, basically.
We love to see that. We love to see the fighting spirit. And as you said, he needs to evaluate how much risk is okay to take, because he's been taking risks in every single game. He's playing moves that are sometimes not the most optimal according to the engine. He's trying to, in one of his confessions, he said, if I can surprise myself, that means at least I'm surprising the opponent too, as long as it's playable.
Yeah. He's giving his trainer nightmares when he does that, but it's okay.
And by the way, we do have interviews with both of the players now that we are catching up on the tech side here after the power outage. So let's listen to both Magnus and Vincent as they were arriving to today's game.
Magnus, everyone is still in reachable distance. Are you having feeling chances?
I mean, I'll try and continue the positive trend of yesterday. I felt like I probably got it a little bit easier than in other games. Yeah, we'll see. I'll try my best to post a respectable result in the last 4 rounds, and then we'll see.
Thank you. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Vincent, you're facing Magnus today. You won yesterday, finally in the Classical. How are you feeling?
Well, I mean, excited for the game. I hope I'm well prepared, and then we'll see how that goes.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Both players seem to be in good spirits, excited about the game, and we love to see that. We love to see the ambition, the fighting spirit, and I think we are in for a treat for today when it comes to this clash and day 7 overall. Final assessment on this position before we head over to Norway Chess Women. Henrik, I want to ask you a little bit more about the time management of Magnus and some of his earlier games. There were so many time scrambles, so much time trouble. When do you start getting worried? Is this so far still safe zone, 1 hour 30?
Well, 2 thoughts about that. On one hand, Magnus is generally quite good in time trouble. So I'm very seldom worried about the time he spent. But this time, in this tournament, he has been a bit more shaky. So that makes me slightly more concerned. And he spent half an hour now. Okay, they also played some moves, but his opponent is on 3.5 minutes. So I hope that when he takes a decision in the next 1 or 2 or 3 moves, that he has kind of a game plan so that he can accelerate a bit as we go along. Because I really don't want to see him low on time at move 30 today.
We hope it won't be the case, as you are saying, Henrik. And even when they are making it to the time control, the increment here is only 10 seconds. It's a very different time control than what they're used to.
You don't have time to move from the table. You have to stay there for the rest of the game. You don't build up much time. It's quite stressful, I think, on purpose. It's supposed to create more decisive results, and it does. So it works.
You're right, it's more stressful, more entertainment for the audience. I think Norway Chess is really bringing on this unique format with the time control, the Armageddon, to make chess even more of a spectator sport. And we appreciate it as the audience. Hopefully it's not too bad on the emotional levels and the nerves of the players.
We have a move by Magnus, which is something I've never seen before. And that's very interesting because I feel like every game here at Norway Chess, we've had so unusual positions and very fascinating opening battles with Magnus. It's just very fresh from the start. And here Magnus was sitting for 20 minutes thinking, which move can I make to maybe surprise Vincent Keymer, get him out of opening preparation, and I hope Vincent is going to start thinking here. Magnus leaves the table, so he's improving his rook, placing it in the center, and it supports a pawn push in the center. So it's a natural move, but usually you're supposed to focus on piece development before moving the rook. Now, I think if Vincent Keymer castles, Magnus just wants to. I don't know if he wants to play this move immediately, because Vincent can still.
You're gonna lose a pawn, no?
Yeah.
Take the queen and take the pawn, so it's probably not his plan. So maybe he wants to keep waiting. Maybe now knight c6. I'm not sure what his plan is. Playing the waiting game here, Magnus. Because if he moves the bishop, then again there is knight to the edge of the board, which is annoying.
He's certainly playing the same strategy as in the previous games to try to make a playable move that's not theoretical, try to get a position that's playable and where he faces a human and not an opening theory, not an engine analysis, just wants to play against Vincent Keymer.
Vincent Keymer has made his move very quickly. He castles. I'm very curious what Magnus is going to play here, because this is obviously the move Magnus anticipated when he moved his rook. So I don't think he's gonna spend any time when he comes back to the board right now.
I hope he's in the confessional, because he left again the board, and we always want to see Magnus sharing his thoughts during the games. He has been the player that has done it the most often, every day, 2-3 visits to the confessional booth, and all of the fans, the viewers, love to hear from the world number one. It's been quite a mix of what he talks about. Sometimes the game, sometimes basketball, sometimes football, sometimes how much he slept. It's just great to hear about his day in general. And maybe today he'll talk about the golf he played with you.
Well, his trainer, like 25 years ago, Simon Agdestein, I think he said something like, the only thing worse than getting publicity is not getting publicity. So maybe by now, Magnus didn't really like publicity when he was younger, but maybe he's used to it now, so that a little bit of showing off in the confessional is kind of giving him a good mood, I think. Yeah.
Oh, he's about to move.
Let's see. Okay, he moves his bishop one square in front of the black queen.
Wow, another interesting move.
Mysterious move. I certainly think Vincent Keymer is out of book right now.
It's safe to say.
I mean, we're gonna get a fresh position. Maybe he's planning
E5 now.
To move his queen and
E5, you're right. He prepares to push the pawn.
Bishop. That is typically what you do when you put the bishop on this square. But he is also supporting this pawn push. So,
but the computer doesn't like it.
I mean, the computer doesn't like it. Thinks white is slightly better, but it's nothing dramatic.
Okay.
Wow, this is a fascinating start. Magnus Carlsen moving his rook to an unusual square, at least in an unusual moment, and now the bishop is also in a quite strange position, definitely making sure that Vincent is not in his preparation. I think you can tell it from the camera as well, and the facial expression that Vincent has just shown. Simon, when you look at Vincent, what can you tell us about his thoughts on these last two moves of Magnus?
Hey, he's looking a bit confused. But yeah, he probably never seen that before.
Maybe he feels that Magnus should treat him with more respect.
Yeah.
And play something mainline. I don't know. Yeah.
No, I think at this point, these players, when they play Magnus, they kind of expect that they're going to get surprised. So they're ready for it psychologically. I mean, in their first clash up in round 2, Magnus also played a very offbeat English opening, and we also had a pretty weird position from from early on. But this one, yeah, I think Vincent is just gonna be on his own here. We're gonna move 7. I don't think he minds a fresh position. It's gonna be a big fight, I think. For instance, White here has different moves. He can occupy the center, pushing this pawn 2 squares. He could develop the queen, put pressure on this pawn. I suspect him to do that. This move is very natural, but this is kind of what Magnus is hoping for here. He's gonna push his pawn 2 squares. His rook is very naturally placed here, developing the center. And now, if Vincent pushes this pawn 1 square up, Magnus would go for Simon's plan and develop his knight to this side of the board. And this is a very typical King's Indian position. It's just a fight. So I think Vincent instead might develop his bishop or move his queen. I mean, if he moves his queen to this square, I think Magnus is just going to move his. But there is a very fascinating move here, though. If Magnus protects the pawn, I was thinking maybe Vincent could play this move, attack the.
Sacrifice the knight.
Sacrifice the knight. Attack the the black bishop.
Wow.
And attack this pawn. I don't know if this is
If you attack
something Magnus maybe has to be a bit careful, because now if black captures the white knight, white will capture this pawn, threatening the black queen. The queen has to move, and then white takes the rook. And this should be a good position for white, as white has as an exchange up. You have a rook for a piece.
Aryan,
Which
I'm sorry
means-
for interrupting, but someone else is interrupting us, and he's the world #1 Magnus Carlsen. He's back in the confessional booth.
When he went for knight of 3, g3 on the first 2 moves, I was like trying to look at this position as if I haven't seen it before. And I was just thinking like, this looks so innocuous and I can do anything. Like, you won't believe the stuff that I was considering there. Anyway, I decided to do something a little bit silly. I think I was talking to somebody recently, and we had this discussion like that even this bishop d7, like rook e8, bishop d7 stuff is playable. I hope it was not Vincent. I don't think it was Vincent. It would be embarrassing if it's him. But I mean, after a lot of deliberations, I decided to go for this. But I just I just see that all of a sudden I've spent half an hour on my clock on very little, and now I'm in here yapping, and he's probably made a move, and he probably knows the position. So there we go.
Always great to hear the insights from Magnus Carlsen, and he said that he has talked about this rook move and bishop move with someone, hopefully not Vincent. He's not sure. Henrik, your thoughts on what Magnus shared with us?
I hope he's joking. No, it's quite interesting that he manages to prioritize creativity and getting an interesting game, having fun. I think in the past he would have been really unhappy about having lost 3 games in this tournament, and he did lose 3 games back in of the first 4 back in 2015, I think. And I think his mood is considerably better now. So is that a good sign or a bad sign? I don't know. But his main emphasis on chess these days is to enjoy playing chess. And he seems to do that. So I'm very happy about that.
It's admirable that he can do that regardless of the losses. What changed, in your opinion? What helps Magnus?
Maybe having his own family and feeling that he has achieved so much in chess. So whatever happens from now on, and it has been that way for a long time, is mainly bonuses. I usually say that when he became a grandmaster at 13, anything beyond that is bonuses. Okay, there's been a lot of bonuses.
So many bonuses, 21 world titles and collecting more.
Yeah.
Never stopping.
But,
Wow.
Maybe even Magnus is thinking a bit like that now, that he really wants to enjoy playing, really.
That's so inspiring. I think we all want to just have fun and enjoy, but it seems like a lot harder when they are competing at chess. It's their profession, and all eyes of the world, of the chess world, and even outside the chess world is on them. You would think there's a lot of pressure on Magnus every time he competes. He doesn't feel the pressure.
I'm sure he feels a bit of pressure, but coming from a small country like Norway is probably easier than coming from India or the US, etc., where there are so many people watching what you're doing and kind of identifying with your success. So I think Magnus has had the ability to mainly focus on what he wants to do in chess and not think so much about outside pressure or expectations, because it's a very important thing. You can see it sometimes in the candidates, that players really get burdened by expectations from their nation, their presidents, or whatever applies in this situation. So, yeah.
I'm so impressed, Simon. I see you nodding along as well.
No, I mean it was nice to see Magnus in the confessional laughing, and it's something that I haven't seen in a while. Him like enjoying himself like this, and like you've been such a great mentor for him, a great dad. You said like you wanted him to have fun, and you never pushed him to be forced to play chess. And it's something that many people struggle with. My girlfriend, her father wanted her to play chess and get better, but she hated it, and now she doesn't want to touch chess. Like I cannot teach her chess because she got traumas, you know.
Yeah, but okay, fair enough. Magnus has been lucky in the sense that he has been able to and allowed to follow his passion. So like people used to ask Magnus, how much do you work on chess? And he said, what do you mean? I love chess. And that's very different from kind of deliberate practice, disciplined work. So to be able to fulfill your passion or follow your passion and fulfill your dreams that way I'm just very happy and fortunate to have a son that's been allowed to do that, basically.
That's hugely thanks to his family as well, because you've been always so supportive of him, allowing him flourish in what he likes and follow his passion. That takes a lot of sacrifices, Henrik.
Maybe a short story about that, because I played some chess with my father when I was 7, 8, 9 years old, but he was not very good at it, so it was not so interesting. And then my brother joined a chess club when I was 15, and I joined as well, or 16, I think I was. And then some of these youngsters beat me, and I was a bit surprised because I thought maybe I had a little bit of talent. And then it turned out it was the Agdestein brothers that became quite good players, and also Børge Østenstad, another Norwegian grandmaster, 8-time Norwegian champion. And so in retrospect, it was not that much of a surprise that I got beaten by these kids. But fortunately, then my son got interested in chess, and he could restore family honor. So.
I have to ask, when Magnus is playing chess, how stressed do you get?
That's a good question, because I think you don't see parents following their children maybe as closely as I've done that often, because it is quite stressful. And it's, in one way, it gets worse with age. I think nerves in general deteriorate as you age, as a player or as a parent. But then, now for many years, Magnus has had such success that I try to kind of just enjoy it. And being here today is, I just enjoy it. But like yesterday, when he played Alireza, and he really needed to win that game after having suffered a lot early in the tournament, then I felt some nervousness and some passion that I hope he can finish off this game in style. But in general, I think Magnus knows that he's not playing chess for me. He's playing chess for himself, basically. It's his game, his passion, his results. I'm just a bystander, happy bystander.
Has it happened to you before when Magnus plays that you kind of don't follow the game because you're stressed? Let's say in the World Championship or some... okay, now you're more relieved because he's achieved everything in chess and he's been on the top for 15 years. But let's say 10 years ago, did you have moments where it was maybe difficult for you to watch?
That's a good point, but it's rather the opposite, in fact, because at that time I felt it was really my job to follow, because Magnus maybe wanted to talk about the game after the game, and I needed to know what that had happened, etc. But now, recently, I'm not following all these games in detail, and I think he knows that and accepts that in a way. So while it should be easier now because of the level of success he has had, I don't consider it as important for him, basically, that I'm up to date on everything. I think he even likes the fact that I'm quite relaxed about what he's doing now.
We see some photographs from earlier in Magnus's career playing some of the World Championships, and these ones in particular. Do you remember where that photo was taken?
Is this Moss? It's probably it could be Tali Memorial or the World Blitz. Maybe to the right, to the left. That's a couple of years back in Norway Chess, I think. Is it? But my recollection is not that good anymore. At 30, I could recognize all the people I met. Now I'm completely lost.
So many memories, so many events, and again, it's just so admirable how you and the family have been supporting him. I think some viewers might know, but some others might not know, the year when you took the whole family to travel around the world so that Magnus could play tournaments. Can you tell us more about what it was like, Magnus as a kid, and how, when did you realize that you've got here someone that really just is an incredible chess player?
Well, there's a couple of chapters to that, because when he was like 4.5, I told my late wife that maybe chess is something for him, because he had some of the traits that you think could be useful for chess. But then I tried to teach him and his older sister chess, and it was so difficult for them. And I underestimated really how difficult chess is, especially making two pieces work together. So I remember thinking when he was 5 that there's such lovely, even interested kids, but maybe chess is not for them. I had a future world champion at home, and I thought chess might not be for them. So the lesson learned is, okay, maybe I'm an idiot, but also maybe it's not that easy to assess the talents and possibilities of other human beings. So that made me, later when I understood that, okay, there might be something there, I showed a lot more humbleness and kind of understood that Magnus should be kind of deciding what to do in chess and be responsible both for the road and the results, etc. When he was 10, 11, I certainly understood that he could become quite good, and other people told me also. We had a dream of homeschooling our children for some time also, and then I was between 2 projects as a consultant, and then we used this opportunity basically to take the children out of school and travel first through Europe for half a year, and then by plane here and there for half a year. And the emphasis was really on showing the kids more of the world. And we didn't talk that much about Magnus's chess, basically, because you can't put that kind of pressure on a young kid. But of course, he was very happy to be able to play a lot of tournaments on the road and on the way, and not having to go back to school tired and demotivated maybe after a tiresome tournament. So later he has said that year when he could play so much meant a lot, really, that he matured, and he did become a grandmaster during that year. And we had so many nice memories and moments. So yeah, that was a fantastic year, basically.
Is he any good at playing the guitar now that I'm looking at the picture there in the corner? Does he play any instruments?
No, he probably had to play a little bit at school, but I don't think he's particularly good. There's other things he's better at, definitely.
Chess he's pretty good at. We are happy to see that.
Do you have one tournament that Magnus played that you would say was the most memorable for you?
Well, it's hard based on a kind of a 26-year career already, but when he won the under 11 at 9 in Norway, that was quite spectacular, and people started talking about, oh, this kid can get really good, etc. And that made a huge impression on me. And of course, the fact that his first World Championship match was in Chennai, on a continent that we hadn't been much, and with different sounds and smells and lots of people, lots of interest. You have seen the pictures maybe of like 50 journalists circling Magnus, and my friend Björn trying to fend it off. And so Chennai was larger than life, basically. Okay, he won also, which means a lot, but that was, I mean, I felt like there's not much that can top the first World Championship match, basically.
We are just so thrilled to have you, Henrik, and talk about these memories. We will definitely continue with our discussion, but I do want to switch for a moment to Norway Chess women and take a look at the current standings. Yesterday, the tournament leader Divya Deshmukh lost to reigning women's world champion Zhu Wenjun, and that shook up the standings when it comes to the very top. We have Bibisara again leading the tournament. A point behind her is Divya Deshmukh, and sharing third place is defending champion Anna Muzychuk and reigning women's world champion Zhu Wenjun. We do have an interview with Bibisara when she arrived here today at the playing venue.
Hey Sarah, how are you doing today?
Good, thank you.
Still leading the tournament with 1 point at least, and facing today against Zhu Jiner. You also faced her, the candidates. How special is this match?
It's just normal game, and I think it's not important who is leading until the last round.
So you don't feel any extra pressure?
Yes, for sure.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Not important who is leading until the last round, says tournament leader Bibisara. It makes sense with the 3 points that you get in classical chess, that as long as you are close, it could be the case that anything can happen. But looking good so far for the Kazakh Grandmaster. Let's have a quick update on all the boards here at Norway Chess Women. Aryan, when it comes to this board, Bibisara with the white pieces against Chinese rising star Zhu Jiner.
It's a pretty wild position. As we see, the white king has not castled and is currently in the center of the board. And Bibisara has captured black's pawn with the queen on the last move. Pretty ice cold, I would say. I would be scared if I had my king in the center and just capture a pawn. But if we look at the time situation, Bibisara has played really, really fast. So I suspect that this is an opening preparation, maybe that Sindarov has been cooking up before the round. She actually had a big advantage here if she would push this pawn, but this move seems to be a mistake. And now if Zhu Jiner develops her bishop, she has a lot of compensation for that pawn. White's king in the center, and maybe black can come with the rook as well. So right now I like black, but she should speed up as she's currently 35 minutes down on the clock. Who do you like more, Simon? You?
Yeah, now that you're mentioning that bishop that occupies the king side, it makes it and the bishop and the queen eyeing the king side. For white, it looks really dangerous. And
Yeah,
I don't know how it would get out of this situation.
it's certainly a tough position to play because if white doesn't get the king to safety, she can end up being mated. So right now I'm worried for white's position. But let's go to some of the other boards as well to talk about what's going on there.
Absolutely, and we also have caught up with the Indian legend Humpy Koneru as she was arriving today for day 7 here at Norway Chess Women.
Humpy, as an Indian #1 woman for so many years, you're facing Divya, rising young star from India. How does it feel to face someone as your countrywoman, also at the same time a rising star?
Yeah, I think for me it doesn't matter when I'm playing a game, so I just had to play my own game. Nowadays we have a lot of youngsters coming up, and we have plenty of them talented, not only from India, also from China, and some of them from Russia as well. Yeah.
And final question: you're having also white pieces. Are you going to try to go for a all on for a win?
Of course, I have to play my game. Yeah.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Divya, you're facing Humpy, who is #1 in India women chess for many years. Is it extra special for you?
Well, it would be if it was my first time, but it's like the 20th time I'm playing her, so I think it's okay.
And how are you feeling about this game today? Second round, already second half of the tournament.
I'm feeling quite excited. We'll see how it goes.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Very many times these two have faced each other, as Divya pointed out. She's got the black pieces today in her game against Humpy Koneru, a clash of generations. The legendary Humpy Koneru from the Olympic team of India, and Divya being the rising star from India. Divya was leading the round before that we witnessed, but then she went down against reigning women's world champion Zhu Wenjun. I would love to have an update on this, Aryan, when it comes to this unusual opening. Again, we see a weird queen move, kind of inspired by Magnus's move in a way.
Divya has gone for a very aggressive approach here. She has sacrificed a pawn. I mean, if we're currently looking at the material, white is leading by a pawn, but black is going to get a nice center here. Actually, she played this famous opening, which is called the Benko, known to be very risky on the top level, because if white knows it very well, they usually get a better position. I certainly think Humpy must have been very surprised by this one. I don't think Divya has played much Benko in the past. And maybe this is a fun opening for you, Simon.
Yeah, I've had a lot of difficulty with the Benko. Every time someone played a Benko against me, I'm like, should I take the pawn? Should I make black developing his pieces better? It's always really tricky. And that's what I don't like about this opening.
So basically the goal of this opening is that you sacrifice a pawn, but then you focus on the center. And that is exactly what has happened.
And you want to sacrifice a pawn for pieces, development, initiative.
Yeah, and
that's why we do it.
In the current position, I think she's thinking if she's going to push this pawn up in the center or castle. Humpy has not gone for the most critical variation. I think Divya should be pretty happy with the opening. She gets a fighting position and looking to bounce back after yesterday's loss.
I thought that fianchetto bishop dark square for black was the way to go when you were playing the Benko, but it seems like not all the time you can put the bishop in front of the king.
You mean putting the bishop here?
In fianchetto the bishop, yeah.
Yeah, black usually goes for this. That's true, Simon. But Divya here has instead chosen to put the bishop in front of the king. There's many different ways to play this opening. White has many different systems as well. But right now, I quite like black's position. I think black's play is simple here. They're going to castle and play for the center. White does have an extra pawn, but right now, it's not an endgame where passed pawns are very important. And black's rook is on a kind of an open file as well. Henrik, do you have any experience with the Benko opening?
Yeah, I usually lose both with black and white, so I'm not so happy about. Well, if I have had a good dessert and some coffee, then I can play the Benko. But normally not.
Should we bring some dessert for Henrik?
We also have a lot of dried mangoes. I think we are getting some snacks now in the upcoming break. But yeah, not an easy opening. Very sharp. We love to see, again, the fighting spirit here. And also the third match in Norway Chess Women is quite an interesting position. I would love to hear first the thoughts of the players as they were arriving today to the venue.
Today you're facing Anna, and yesterday you won your game. Do you feel extra confidence coming in the match?
Yeah, I mean, at least I'm playing white, so I guess it was more comfortable, yeah.
And you're facing against Anna already many times. You faced against each other. Anything special going to happen today?
I think she is overall very solid and a very strong player, so I don't know what's going on for today's game.
Best of luck. Looking forward for the match.
Thank you.
Anna, so far you have drawn all your games. Of course, there are ups and downs in Armageddon. Are you surprised with such solid result?
Not really.
And why do you think there are so many solid results in the women's tournament compared to the Open?
Do we have much more? I think.
In the Open, there are a lot.
Yeah, because like the previous round where they had all the decisive games. Okay, we could have had more decisive games, but in general, well, it's not surprising for me because all the players are more or less of the same level, so I think it's quite normal.
And today you're playing against Wenjun, world champion. How excited are you about the upcoming match?
Yes, I am playing against Zhu Wenjun, my, I don't know, 150 well, kitten, but yeah, we have played a lot. So, yeah, looking forward.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Anna looking forward to her game, as she was saying, and it's already quite in the depth of the opening where we see Zhu Wenjun with an interesting idea, pushing her side pawn, the A pawn here, all the way up to the 5th rank and now breaking through in the center. Aryan, I would love to have your thoughts on what is going on here with the pawn pushes and how do you assess this situation?
It seems to be paying off for Zhu Wenjun. She started the tournament by playing 5 classical draws. Yesterday she won her first game against Divya, and right now I really like White's position. She's pushed this pawn, gotten some space on the queen side, and now striking in the center. And I quite like White's piece placement here. Let's take a look what happens if Black captures this pawn. White is gonna take with a knight. Black can take, White will capture, and in this following position, I quite like White's chances. This pawn is hanging. White can develop the bishop, put pressure on the black queen, and it's looking a bit awkward for black to find good squares for the pieces. Maybe you can develop the knight to this square, but you have to keep in mind that White can also retreat the knight to this square, hitting the black bishop and the black queen, which would be bad news for black. Black only has 1 square to protect their pieces, and that's this one. And after White can trade and develop the bishop, and I think this is a very favorable endgame for White, as they have more space. Black has some weaknesses. Like for instance, now if Black captures this pawn, White has a really nice move, pushing the pawn 1 square up. This knight is very unstable. If Black captures this pawn, White can take the knight.
With a fork on both rook.
Yeah, so the opening has been, I mean, Zhu Wenjun went for an offbeat opening, but it's been paying off, getting Anna out of her comfort zone. I would say she's spent some time, and right now looking pretty good for White.
It is indeed looking good for White, and there's so much going on, so much action here, as usual, at Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. We're going to take a short break, but when we are back, we continue with some of these top games that have been already very unbalanced, including the game of the world champion Gukesh D, who is up a pawn against tournament leader Wesley. So it was an opening preparation by Gukesh, and we'll check in on how that sharp, crazy game is going once we are back from this short break. See you very soon.
Joining us at Norway Chess Women is Humpy Koneru, the first woman to become a grandmaster in India. Humpy, welcome to Oslo.
Thank you so much.
First, I have a question to you. For someone who is completely new to chess, what do you say you are the most famous in chess world?
Being the India's first woman to become a grandmaster, and also the youngest one to win the World Junior when I was just 14 years.
Very nice achievements. And I want to ask you, how did chess come to your life, and how did you realize that you actually fall in love with the game?
Yeah, it's a very interesting story. It's basically, I learned the game from my father. He himself is a chess player with a rating of 2250, around 2250. And when I was around 6 years old, I saw him playing chess games at home. He has been following Informator. He started analyzing those games of the grandmasters, and he was also teaching some of the students in the evenings later on. So that's how I got attracted to the sport, because initially I was very curious to know about these pieces and how they move. So when he understood that I had some interest and curiosity towards the game, he started teaching me, and I was very serious from starting. Whenever I play a game, I always wanted to win it. If I lose something, I always wanted a rematch to, recover from that and to get back to that win. So he saw that fighting spirit and he started training me.
What an inspiring story. And we are now, of course, at Norway Chess, where basically it's the only event in the chess world where draw is not a boring result, because here we have Armageddon, which decides the winner. How exciting are you to play Armageddon?
Yeah, it's a very interesting format. It's quite unique from other tournaments. As you said, there is no chance of getting bored, either for the players or for the spectators. So you keep on playing until you decide. You're forced to decide the result. Either one of the player has to win the match and the other one has to lose. It also creates a chance for a player to show their creative side. The player also has to decide on which part you want to risk, whether to do it in the classical or you just play study and do it in the Armageddon. And it's also all about the assessment of how you do about the opponent, what you feel their strengths and weaknesses. So overall, it's a very interesting format, and also it's with the strongest players of the world. Considering the average of the tournament, I think this year it's already above 2-5. So that shows the strength of the tournament.
Yeah, definitely. And for you, this is tournament which is the first classical since July 2025. Right. Would you share with us how difficult it is for you to keep your level?
Yeah, it's not easy to play after such a long breaks. Of course, it was not a planned one, but it happened very unexpectedly. And that too, to play in such a strong tournament, you need to be very alert and careful, because if you are not in a good shape, it's going to be very, very tough for a player to survive at this level. But of course, I have played some rapid tournaments last year, but this year, from now onwards, I'm having a lot of tournaments coming up for the next few months. So I just wanted to give my best here.
Yeah, and you mentioned to us that you really enjoy cooking. So I wanted to ask you, what's your favorite dish to make?
Basically, I like making desserts, because you don't have to do that every day, only on special occasions. But I enjoy doing that, and when we are having some guests, or when my daughter asks for it during the weekends and holidays. So typical Indian desserts, which I make quite often. Yeah.
Very nice. And it feels like that in chess there is going on this shift to getting it younger and younger. So how do you see this current change in the chess world?
Yeah, nowadays the level of competition is quite tough. because I see every year we see more young players coming to 2-4 and becoming grandmasters. So the number is going down very quickly. I think it's all because of the technology and the softwares, the level of opening preparation, which is widely open to everyone. Back, if you look back 20-30 years ago, only few grandmasters or only few players who are already at certain point of level, they were aware of certain opening ideas. But today, even the basic player is aware of the opening tricks and traps, everything. So that makes a lot of difference in the preparation level. And also because of the online platforms, like everyone are getting the exposure to play plenty of games, and that's how they are improving their skills as well.
Definitely. And as we are now at Norway Chess Women, which is happening for the third year in a row, which is truly impressive event, what do you think, which impact does it have on the chess world?
Yeah, I think they have kept a very high mark for the standards of the professional chess, I would say, because there are very few tournaments where women players get invited to play. Like most of them are the official tournaments where we play in the World Championship formats or the cycle. Let's say for an Indians, like Asian Championships, Commonwealth, all these are official events. But coming to the invitational tournaments, there are, to my knowledge, there are only two. One is the Pairings Cup in US and the Norway Chess. So they have been organizing this tournament in a prestigious way, that they wanted to prove that women players can have their professional career as well, and at the same time it's a great encouragement to young players as well, so that they could understand that they can become a professionals by playing the sport. So keeping a same prize fund, that itself shows their passion towards the sport.
Humpy, thank you very much for this beautiful answer, and thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. This is day 7, and anyone can still win the tournament. That's thanks to how the current standings are looking quite shaken up since yesterday. French number 1 Alireza Firouzja has been leading the tournament all the way until yesterday, when Magnus Carlsen took him down, got 3 points, and bounces back into the middle of the pack. The tournament leader right now is the 3-time American champion Wesley So. But the game that currently is on fire or looking like very sharp and risky is the game of the reigning world champion Gukesh D, who went for a really interesting opening idea, winning the pawn of the tournament leader Wesley. What we have right now is a lot of moves to catch up on, and the time situation being very interesting to Henrik. When we were looking at it earlier, that it's Gukesh's opening surprise, and yet Wesley has half an hour more.
I'm trying to think back. Gukesh often spends a lot of time, doesn't he?
Good
so
point,
I think
yeah.
maybe it's just a normal development at this stage of the game. I can see that the computer is just slightly preferring white, but like having this rook on f4, and it's not a very usual position.
Yeah, it does look very unusual as you're pointing out those pieces, and I think it's really important what you said about the computer not assessing it that much for white, even though white has an extra pawn, Aryan.
It is a really unusual position, and this rook has had quite a career, moving first here, then here, then here, and now...
Oh, wow.
White is still a pawn up, and the king is exposed. But I would say the piece placement looking better for better for white now than earlier. Traded off the dark squared bishop, moved the rook. The reason the rook went all the way here was it didn't have any other squares. And here Wesley pushes pawn 1 square to defend that. Gukesh naturally developed the knight. This was a great move by Wesley. He was ready to push his pawn 2 squares and launch counterplay against the white king. And here I was quite surprised by white's choice. I was expecting maybe developing the queen, but he chose to move the rook again. And the idea was that he wanted to meet this pawn push with shifting the rook over to this square, focusing on this file. And Wesley found a great resource, moving his bishop all the way to the last rank. He wants to move it to this square. It was actually not contributing much. The bishop on g6. I mean, it does belong much more on this diagonal on d7 or c6, where it is pointing towards White's king. And this was a move that Wesley played quite fast. And look at the time situation. Gukesh spent a lot of time. It was Gukesh that surprised Wesley So in the opening, but right now Wesley has like 37 minutes more on the clock, and Gukesh is thinking. So we have a pretty confident Wesley the last few moves. What is your impression, Simon, when you're looking at this position?
I'm thinking for White, because it's White turn, maybe to sacrifice it.
Sacrifice the rook?
The knight.
The knight.
So bring it next to the rook. And if you take, I take your rook.
Very interesting. Very interestingly spotted there. It's true. The knight is untouchable. If you take the knight, you can take the rook. So, and you want to maybe go to this square, or you just want to place it on this in the center of the board.
Yeah, the white bishop is doing a good thing, controlling all the squares for the black king to be really suffocating in the corner. So I was thinking, the bishop is doing a great job. Why not bringing the knight in the attack, and maybe the queen can join later.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my thinking. What do you think about that thinking? Do you think it's good, or maybe?
No. It's very, very interesting. I like it.
But Aryan, why isn't White just better? He's a pawn up. What's the problem? Is it still the king's safety?
It's still the king's safety. So let's say if you, for instance, capture this pawn, I think Wesley has some interesting resources. He can, for instance, move his knight to this square, and now if you take it, he can take the rook.
Yeah.
So this is looking pretty good for Wesley. And if you, for instance, move the rook here, Wesley can move his knight to the side of the board, and just White's king is quite open, and okay. Black has some resources. And if we get a position like this, for instance, we see that Black has excellent compensation for the pawn. So he has to be careful about his next move. I was thinking maybe moving the queen, developing it is very natural, because this is supporting the white rook. And when I look at this position for the first time, it looks better better for White to me. But then maybe Black has some resources when we look at it closer. Moving the bishop here, and now, for instance, if you involve the rook, this would be problems for White now, and the knight moves to the g6 square, and if the rook moves, you can capture this pawn, opening up for the white rook. So I think Gukesh underestimated this bishop retreat from Wesley, because right now, once the bishop lands in the center of the board on this square, it's supporting the trade. And knight wants to really go to this square that the bishop was on. If the knight lands on this square, it can really disturb White's coordination. So
they are so tricky. The knights, I have nightmare.
Nightmare.
Wait, do you like that joke, Henrik?
Very good. Very good.
I think Magnus would like that joke.
Oh yes.
But yeah, the knights are so tricky. You show a line where the knight is constantly attacking the white rook.
Okay. Let me show a funny line here. So let's say White develops the queen to this square. Black attacks the queen. White goes here. Simon, what happens if Black tries to expose the white rook here? Do you see what White can do?
I'm
just trying to push forward.
Oh, you can give a check, no?
Ah.
Yes.
What a check that is.
Beautiful.
The king has nowhere to go because of the bishop. You have to block it with the rook, and when the queen captures...
That's checkmate.
Checkmate. Beautiful. Well spotted, Simon.
Always
Let's
look
hope
for
that
mate.
happens. Yes.
Yes, let's hope for that.
Every move. Do you feel Aryan and Anna and also Henrik, you're a good player. Do you think like it's a good principle to always look for check and checkmate opportunity, whatever the move is?
Aryan, you have a experience from that, haven't you, many years ago?
The checkmate?
Wasn't there a situation where you were looking for a move and then you found the checkmate?
Yes, it happened to me many years ago in an open tournament, I think.
What was that like? It wasn't obvious the checkmate at the start.
No, I was very happy, of course. I wasn't expecting it. I think
Suddenly-
it was a bit out of nowhere because usually you spot it immediately.
Yeah.
But in that game, I didn't see it at first, and then I was diving in the position and found it.
But Simon, as you said, look for checks, captures, and attacks. So with all our students, those three are the most forcing moves you can play in chess: checks, captures, and attacks. And checkmate is the strongest of checks, of course. And this retreat, as you highlighted, Aryan, by Wesley, I find it so impressive because it's Gukesh who came with an opening surprise. So Wesley is just playing at the board with his human brain, no preparation, I would believe, and finding such an interesting idea that he tucked his king away in the corner, pushed his f-pawn, put the bishop back on the back rank, and black's position is actually really interesting and harder to play it from Gukesh's perspective now with that rook so strange, the king wide open. Gukesh is up a pawn, but it's so much more dangerous, his position. And if he makes a slight mistake, I think things could turn around here in black's favor easily.
Black's position has a lot of potential. As you said, Anna, if he activates his pieces, it can get very dangerous for Gukesh. That's why I think it could be a good idea to play this move with white and trade the knights. If the knights get traded, you don't have to worry about this move happening all the time. And right now, if the bishop is not on this square, black is not in time to make this move. White will just capture this pawn. And this is a very safe position for white, actually, because if the queen comes here and gives the check, you can just block it. And a queen trade would be excellent for white as he's 2 pawns up. So maybe this is the move Gukesh is looking for. Very often when you're on the defensive side and you're a pawn up, you're happy to trade some pieces, because your king gets a bit safer.
The more pieces you do,
Yeah, sorry, Simon.
the
go
more
ahead.
pieces you have, as Aryan said, the more pieces you trade. So you want to trade as much as possible when you're up in material. It makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense for that. Makes sense for eliminating that dangerous black knight that was gonna attack the white rook. So it really looks like that's the best move here for Gukesh. Interesting that he's still thinking. I was just gonna highlight, because now that you're saying that, Aryan, it seems a bit more obvious that he has to go for trading the knights, and yet he is taking a lot of time. It is a very complicated position, of course. And he doesn't trade the knights. He's moving the queen to where you said earlier.
Gukesh is a very ambitious player, and he's always looking for a huge fight. Like, maybe he thought trading the knights was more safer option. I'll hear this does invite black to improve the bishop and play for this this plan of the knight. But Gukesh, the strength of Gukesh is that he is a really good calculator. So in attacking positions, often he just goes very deep, attacks many, calculates many moves ahead, and it's one of his strengths. So I would say that this position really suits his style.
And he needs to go aggressive, because we can see on the bottom left and in the bottom right are the standings. The Wesley got 11.5 points. Gukesh got 6.5 points. So Gukesh is really trying to break through, and maybe, you know, he really need that win if he wants to keep going.
Very true, and that's pretty much the situation for many of the players, including the world #1 Magnus Carlsen. Henrik, you were highlighting earlier that Magnus seems to really adapt to this situation where taking a risk for trying to win in classical, try to get the 3 points. And he might be assessing that again today in his game against Vincent Keymer. He has made a few interesting moves in the opening, trying to make it playable, but not main theory. I think if we switch back to that game, we will see a couple of moves that have happened since we last left it, but really curious how this is evolving. And you are right, Magnus is playing the format, he's playing this system where it actually is a lot more rewarding to win in classical chess than in Armageddon.
Yeah, and we are still quite early in the game. And I don't know the computer evaluation right now. I assume white is still a little bit better?
Yes, white is still a little bit better, but it's a very playable position right now. Vincent is threatening that pawn, so I'm really expecting Magnus to move his king 1 square up to that light square and defend that pawn.
If we go a little bit back in time, like Vincent Keymer, he has had a few very good tournaments also in so-called freestyle chess or Fischer-Ender. So it means that his positional understanding, irrespective of how you start, is very good. Mm-hmm. He's also had some absolutely great results in classical chess. So it was a bit surprising to see that in their first game, they both made a lot of mistakes. Maybe the position was even more complicated than normal, I don't know. But like the accuracy of the players were quite low. So the reason for that, I don't know. But if I was Keymer, I would be a little bit uncertain based on the lack of precision in that game. And the same goes for Magnus, because he went kind of from a winning to a losing to a winning to a losing and then to a winning and then drawn position. So it was a lot of back and forth. Psychology is very important, as we discussed earlier before the broadcast. And I'm always looking for signs that can be interpreted in a positive sense for my son. So maybe I'm just grasping at straws here, but...
No, it's true. Vincent has been in amazing shape. He just won the Superbet Chess Classic in Romania. I believe it finished 2 weeks ago, so he won a super tournament there. And the last year he's been rising up the rankings. I think he's number 5 in the world right now, and doing well in the freestyle tournaments as well. And here we have a pretty positional position, I would say. Now, if Magnus defends, I think Vincent wants to centralize his knight on this square, open up for that bishop. And it's very important that Magnus doesn't give up his light squared bishop, so he's gonna retreat that 1 square and open up for his rook. In general, I don't think Magnus minds this position. I think it's I mean, you kind of have all the pieces on the board, and we have some imbalance in the structure. White, it does look a bit better, more pleasant for white because they have more space. But Magnus has a lot of experience in these positions. It looks like he's about to make his move.
He's also 16 minutes down on the clock, but it's not critical yet, I think.
Not too critical yet, I would say. It's still early days, but it can heat up later on if the position gets very tense when they get low on time. I don't know if Magnus is considering to push his pawn forward. I mean, this is another way to protect this pawn that is defended. But I don't know. I feel like this is not really in Magnus's style to play like this. I see Magnus more as a positional player. It feels a bit risky. I would be surprised if he goes for this.
Is it still opening, or would you say we're in the middle game right now?
Okay, he does move his king to protect the pawn. I would say we're in the middle game, Simon. I mean, both sides are out of their preparation. They're spending some time, and they have to make positional decisions. In the middle game, they're trying to improve their pieces. Maybe Vincent now centralize the rook looks very natural, or centralize the knights. The thing is that right now, Vincent's position is not that difficult to play. You can kind of make logical moves. So Magnus is hoping to ask some questions later on that can be not as easy to answer, because right now Vincent can just make those natural moves, but I think it's gonna get more spicy at a later stage.
Yeah. So we predict the white knight in the middle of the board.
Yeah, that looks very natural. This bishop on this dark square is very often in the way for white, I would say, because black can put the knight on the edge of the board and attack it, and you would have to retreat. Let's say if we get a position like this, the bishop moves back, you want to keep this light squared bishop, and Vincent Keymer develops his rook. Magnus plays a move like this. Usually this bishop just retreats. You don't want to trade that for the knights. And now, at some point, Magnus is going to get his knight back in the game. You could do it here. Usually, you don't want that knight on the edge of the board.
It will be interesting to see what Vincent goes for. And while he's thinking, I would love to ask you, Henrik, about something that's coming up for next year. But before my question, we have a video for our viewers so that everyone knows what is Total Chess.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
That is the upcoming Total Chess World Championship Tour. And I've been wanting to ask you about this, Henrik, so much, because we know that your son, Magnus Carlsen, is the world #1. He's been at the top of the rankings for so long, has won so many world titles. But a few years ago, he decided to walk away from the classical world championship title. This is going to be a new world championship tour, one that Magnus hasn't won yet because it hasn't existed before. Will we see a Magnus that's ambitious to win the new title in this combined time control? And what do you think of Total Chess?
Well, when Magnus heard about the concept, his immediate reaction was very positive, and he wanted to participate. I think he's been advocating shorter time controls for many, many years, in fact, because he feels that with computer preparation, too much is decided basically before the game rather than during the game in classical chess at the top level, especially in matches. So, well, that's partly the reason, but it's also the fact that he spent nearly 10 years of his life on candidates and matches. And while we entered the initial World Championship match trying to think of it as just a succession of games, like in a tournament, that's not what it is. Matches are unique for several reasons. And one of them is that there's one winner and one loser. And if you spend months preparing for a World Championship match and you lose, you haven't achieved anything, basically. It's psychologically extremely taxing. So Magnus, as we discussed already in this broadcast, he is focused on enjoying chess and looking for passion and creativity, etc. And he felt that when he played the last World Championship against Nepomniachtchi, he wasn't really happy about winning. He was relieved that he didn't lose. And that's not the right motivation, really, for your to prosper as a human being. So, and he decided simply to walk away from the World Championship match. I know a lot of people were disappointed by that, but on the other hand, he played and won 5 matches, which is a grueling task. During especially 1 or 2 of the matches, I mean, you are basically you feel you are entering the match with life at stake, because it's so important and so consuming that it's really something that he feels very relieved not having to play the matches these years. And we have seen his successors like Ding. He seemed totally destroyed even before playing his match against Nepo, and then he was gone more or less for a year because it had such a stressful and taxing effect on him. And I think also part of what we see with Gukesh is that after winning the World Championship match at such a young age, it's not that easy really to handle the day-to-day tournaments and activities. So I'm very happy that a new concept is rising that Magnus wants to participate in, and it will hopefully mean lighter and different preparations than the grueling World Championship matches he's had in the past. So thank you, Norway Chess. Thank you, Kjell Madland. Thank you, everyone who's come up with this, and look forward to the continuation.
We certainly look forward to it too. And it's so important when you highlighted that Magnus wants the game to be decided during the game and not before the game, that it's not that heavy, the preparation and how much it is affecting the outcome of the game. This is going to be fast classical chess and speed chess combined. I think for Magnus, it's always been that he wanted to be the best at everything. He wanted to be the best at every time control, at every chess variant, and this is going to be a tour where he can show why he is the world number 1 at all time controls as well. We are so looking forward to seeing him compete for the world title. Simon, I can see it in your eyes too, that you want Magnus to be world champion again.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, that's that sounds like a really good, really nice event. But you know, when you talk about Dingleren and Gukesh, it made me think, like, do you feel like Magnus had this mental strength to be able to carry this pressure on him for like what, 10 years, 9 years?
Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, I think coming from a small nation like Norway makes it slightly easier than if you're from one of the key chess nations in the world. And of course, Magnus, he has done so well that he probably has the traits, also psychologically, ability to stand stress, etc. That works well at the highest level. But he decided to walk away then after 8-9 years. So in the end, he felt it wasn't worthwhile really having that pressure and expectations and focus for so long to continue with these matches.
Mm-hmm. It can be a curse, but it can be a good thing. I mean, we never know. The next champion, who is going to be? Is it going to be Gukesh? Is it going to be Sindarov? I mean, it's and how are they going to handle it? You know, it's a whole different aspect that we don't think that much, but it has a weight, you know, to
a huge weight. And before the match between Ding and Gukesh, during a broadcast, I talked about the fact that there's simply no way you can prepare for your first World Championship game You can think about it. You can talk to a trainer. You can do all sorts of things, but you cannot really prepare for the seriousness. Look at Magnus when he played in Chennai. I mean, during game 2, he was losing his pieces. He was trembling. Look at Caruana in game 1 against Magnus. He was completely lost with white. Okay, it was a draw in the end, but he... And then Gukesh losing the first game, he lost the first game to Ding, right? So it means just that just the first game between Gukesh and Sindarov is so important because Sindarov hasn't been there before. Gukesh has. So I think to predict the outcome of a World Championship match is very difficult simply because it lives its own life in a way. You have this one opponent staring you down for weeks. And yeah.
Many people have been saying that Sindarov is a big favorite against Gukesh because he's been off form. But I was thinking that for Gukesh to have one experience playing the World Championship, it's huge because Sindarov doesn't have that and the pressure.
Yeah, I think so too. So I would agree that probably currently Sindarov is the favorite, but not by that much, I think. And it takes on its own life, basically. And we don't know how they will cope with the psychological aspects during this next match. These are both coming from nations where chess is important. So that plays a role as well to have all that pressure and expectations.
So much pressure, as you mentioned. The crown is heavy. Luckily for us, Magnus, as hard as it was to fight through them, he wore that crown for a long time.
For a long time, yeah.
And he will be playing in the Total Chess World Championship Tour, which makes all of us very excited. Today in his game, he's trying his best to create something creative to bring on the fight. Do we have any updates in the game, Aryan, or has it been the same situation where we left it earlier?
We do have some moves. It did actually develop the way we were expecting. Magnus protected this pawn that was attacked, and Vincent centralizes his knight. A natural move, opening up for his bishop, and Magnus retreated his bishop. Very important to not trade that bishop for the knight because white would get the bishop pair and a very nice advantage. And I think it's a good sign for Magnus that Vincent has been taking a bit more than 10 minutes on this move. He has to make some decisions like, do you place this rook here or do you place this rook here? Do you want to push this pawn in the center? Or do you, for instance, want to maybe put this knight in the center of the board? And these are the decisions that Magnus wants to test Vincent. Like, that's when you can make mistakes. You're on your own, and you have to take important decisions on every move. I think it's very natural now to develop the rook, to put it. I would personally put it on this square. You can also put it on this square. What would you guys do, Henrik and Simon? What comes to your mind when you see this position for white?
I mean, to me, as you said, centralizing the rook is always a good idea. We always tell people in chess to always try to control the center, and the rook needs to be centralized as well. So that sounds good.
I agree. Just want to ask you, like, what if he plays the pawn from b3 to b4 to threaten the knight, and the knight takes the pawn on c4? The queen moves, or is it as simple as just knight e5 and it's much better for black? Or
yeah, so after the queen moves, you are threatening the knight and the pawn, but it seems like black has this nice intermezzo with moving the knight to the center, attacking the queen, and then he's going to save the pawn. And if you capture, black can take with the pawn, and still you need to move the knight, and I think black is in time here to defend the pawn.
So
But that was a nice tactic. He made.
I don't have to be afraid of that.
Yeah,
variation.
his it's not in the cards right now.
Okay.
But yeah, Vincent has to take some decisions here, and it could turn out to be critical. Because you kind of have to go for a setup. Like, do you want to put this pawn here? You have to keep this move in mind. We have a fight on the board, and we like to see it.
Yeah.
And they are so close in the ranking, so that game is going to be really decisive.
Important, yes, and also important that Vincent's time advantage is evaporating. Magnus thought for so long at the start and was down half an hour. It's great to see that the time is balancing out, so a very interesting position, about equal on the clock. This is fight on, and that's what Magnus wants. He's bringing it on in every single game.
Yes, and unfortunately for my nerves, yes. No, it's really fun to watch. And hopefully the time scramble today will be a real treat for the audience.
It is certainly on the cards, the time scramble, thanks to the time control here, the very special format. I'm hoping that Magnus is going to the confessional. He already visited it earlier, and he might be going back there. Or there's also, of course, the refreshments area, the snacks, lots of dried mango. I'm curious when it comes to Vincent's approach here, how long he will spend on this move, Aryan. Do you think this is a position where he will invest more time, or is it not that critical in terms of like, oh, I'm just gonna develop my rooks, for instance? How critical this moment is right now?
Usually I would say it's a rule on Grandmaster level that you should not spend more than 15 minutes on one move. You often just overthink and make mistakes. So I think he's gonna move soon. I would be surprised if he spends 5 more minutes here, because spending 20 minutes on this position, it feels a bit too much. It's not that chaotic yet. So, I mean, it's natural to take some time to decide which plan you go for, but it doesn't matter that much right now if he goes for it. The game is not going to be decided here, basically.
Henrik, I'm being told that we need to let you go because you're a busy man, but it's been such an honor to have you as a guest. We would love to have you if you can stay, but I'm also being told that you're busy. So please, if you have anywhere else to be, you're allowed to leave us, and we continue rooting for your son from the studio here. Magnus Carlsen has played 5 decisive games out of 6 already here in Norway, and today again he's going for such combative style. What would be your final thoughts on the game so far, and what's going on the inside when you see your son fighting today again in such a spirit?
Well, now that the time are equalizing and we're in this part of the middle game, I'm just excited for the game and the audience, and it will be a thrill, I think. And thank you for having me today. Thank you to your co-hosts. So it's been a pleasure. And
Thank you very much.
enjoy the rest of the games.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So much. Ladies and gentlemen, Henrik Carlsen, the father and biggest supporter of world number 1, Magnus Carlsen. Magnus wouldn't be Magnus without having had a family supporting him the same way that the Carlsen family has been always backing Magnus all throughout his career. It's truly inspiring, and I think a lot of parents should take it as a really positive example on how to support your child without putting pressure on them. So important, Simon.
That's exactly what I want to be as a father. I had a really good father figure myself, so that really inspired me to hear Henrik. Yeah, I think we should take inspiration from him, definitely.
Definitely. So we do have a move as we are talking about the support of family, how important it is. Vincent has pushed his central pawn, Aryan. Let's take a look at this move.
Yeah, we were mentioning that this was an option. Putting a pawn in the center is usually a good idea. You're controlling many important squares. The only thing is that you put it in front of the light squared bishop, but it's very common in these positions. And now, if Magnus attacks the white bishop, it can retreat to the center of the board, and White has pretty nice harmony here with this pawn, because if the pawn is here, I would say that you're never going to be able to push it, and this rook is quite annoying against the bishop. So this is a improved version. But at the same time, this bishop becomes a bit worse. So I'm not sure what Magnus is going to do now. He can, for instance, retreat his knight, but I highly suspect that this was the move that Magnus was expecting.
Very interesting moment, and it will be interesting to see how long will Magnus think now about the current situation. And while it's his turn to take a pause, I do want to go to the third game of Norway Chess that we haven't had a chance yet to see. It is the game of Indian prodigy Praggnanandhaa with the white piece. Sorry, we are not going anywhere yet because Magnus says, no, wait, I have the move. I've got you guys. I have it thought out. I don't need more time. I'm going back with the knight, offering a knight trade.
Offering a knight trade, indeed, this knight was pretty useless on the edge of the board. So he was about to get it back to society, and now it's a question for Vincent. Does he want to trade knights, or does he want to keep them on the board? Because both are possible, and in this position we can currently say that White has more space. He has more space for the pieces, and as a general rule, when you have more space, you don't want to trade pieces. So I think he's gonna keep the knights, but he might also simplify the position. It's still, in general, a bit better for White. He controls the center and just has a bit more space. So White is a bit better in these positions, but Black is very solid. I mean, Black doesn't have any weaknesses, and his king is safe, and he can try to. I think Magnus is going to try to outmaneuver Vincent.
I think they are in for a long fight. And
Vincent is,
that's good for us, good for the show as well, good for the viewers. We're going to see these two battling it out in this classical game where both of them would love to get the 3 points. Looking at the current situation, as Simon highlighted, 8 points for Vincent, 7.5 for Magnus. Neither of them are in the top 3 at the moment, and you need to try to win in classical if you want to get those 3 points and jump ahead of the rest of the field. So both for Vincent and for Magnus, it's crucial that this game is a fight and that they are both trying their best. Aryan, you wanted to add one more thought about this position, I believe.
No, I was just going to say that it looked like Vincent was about to make his move, but then he took his hand back. What would you do here, Simon? Would you keep the knights or would you trade?
I think if I was Vincent, I wouldn't trade the knight. I would maybe let him take me. To maybe improve the queen. But Magnus would love to trade the knights, I guess, because you can improve the bishop, no?
White has to be take some care here, actually, because let's say if you centralize your rook right now and let Black take you, you take with the queen, suddenly this bishop does
say hello.
Does say hello, exactly. That's exactly what I was about to say. And there's a tactical opportunity that presents itself.
Wow.
So Vincent is dropping his bishop back to support the knight, not allow the tactical pattern that Simon and Aryan have just highlighted. Very important to not blunder that bishop, the sniper of Black that's right next to the king, trying to attack through the diagonal. This is a very positional move, strengthening the center.
Yeah, definitely strengthening the center. And this trade, if Magnus captures and Vincent takes back, this is obviously a much improved version with the bishop centralized. And I mean, when the queen was here, there was this tactical opportunity. But right now, the bishop does a great job here. I don't think Magnus is going to take this. Definitely quite a bit better for White if this happened. And I just want to mention that this pawn structure is kind of called the Maroczy bind, and it actually often appears from the Sicilian opening. So
true. This is a bit of a different situation since it's a c pawn on the board and there is no e pawn, but the pawn structure from White, as you're saying, Aryan, is the Marotti bind. Marotti was a Hungarian grandmaster on the Olympic team, the gold-winning Olympic team of Hungary back in the day. So to me, this name is one that I knew as a kid, one of the few that I knew as a kid. But I think Magnus is giving us a chance to go to the game where we were heading earlier. Then he made a move. It's like, no, guys, stay here, stay with me. But Magnus, we're going to let you think it out. It's important. You find the best move. So let's head over to Praggnanandhaa in his game against French #1 Alireza Firouzja. We do have actually interviews with both players as they were arriving today to the playing venue.
Alireza, how are you feeling today?
Good, progressing.
And is pain less now? You're facing with the black pieces Praggnanandhaa. You won against him in the first half of the tournament. Do you feel some pressure since he's been losing games or like last games?
I feel pressure. No. I try to play good game, not thinking about other things.
And no pressure of leading the tournament. I mean, before now 1 point behind Wesley.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long game tournament to go, and 1 point is almost nothing.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Prag, today you're facing Alireza. What do you feel about the game?
Yeah, honestly, I don't feel anything. I just want to play a normal game and play a fighting game.
Are you in a mood to strike back?
Yeah, I'm always in a mood to fight, and yeah, I'm just looking forward to play. Everyone is strong here, so just getting to play a game is always fun.
Looking forward to the fight. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Always in a mood to fight, says Prag, and we love to hear that. We love to see that. The games of Prag have been absolutely stunning roller coasters, fireworks, really sharp, complex positions. But in the last few rounds, it hasn't been that successful for Prag. He's hoping to bounce back today against former tournament leader Alireza. Alireza has controlled the first half of the event here in Norway. He was leading from day one on until yesterday. Magnus Carlsen stopped him. Today, we have this really curious fight in the middle of the board with the double rooks of Alireza, the knights here and there. Can you break down the main factors here, Aryan, in this position, and how is the assessment?
Yeah, so this position, it arose from an Italian opening. I'll just play through the moves very quickly because we didn't mention this game earlier. Both sides were developing, putting their pieces on good squares. Simon, you mentioned to me that you play the Italian, so something common for you.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of people played the Italian against me.
Yeah.
When I got black.
Prag in this one went for a quite unusual approach. Usually white doesn't go with the bishop here so early, and this pawn push is also not the most standard way of playing. And I believe Alireza was a bit surprised. Eventually, the dust kind of has settled. I would say we got into this structure here. I didn't really like allowing this pawn structure for black with these double pawns, because currently we have a position where it feels like white has a much easier game. These pawns are double, so white has a better pawn structure, and it's actually very difficult for black to launch any counterplay. This knight is very, very stable on this c4 square. If black would be able to attack it, that would be great, but white has placed his pawn very nicely here, stopping black from advancing those pawns. And generally speaking, white is kind of the boss in this position. He can move around and he can try to time this pawn break in the best moment. So currently, Alireza is quite passive, and he has 20 minutes less on the clock. White is enjoying an advantage here and is pulling the strings.
And no pawn have been traded. Only the bishops.
Yeah, well spotted. We're on move 20 and no pawns have been traded. Only the bishops. But it's
can be hard to break through, right?
It's hard to break through, but it's tough for black psychologically to play this position because you want to free yourself. You want to create some counterplay, but your pawn structure is not very healthy, and white can move around and, to be honest, just do whatever he wants. Just time everything. Like he can move maybe the knight here, move the king.
That's exactly what he played, actually, Aryan, as you're suggesting. The knight has arrived in that central location, heading toward the king side, maybe, with the two knights staring at the same square.
Yeah, this is usually a very good square for a knight in these positions. You control both these two central squares, as Anna points out. And yeah, black always has to keep these jumps in mind. I mean, for instance, if black pushes this pawn one square, yes, you stop white from entering to the f5 square, but at the same time you are weakening your king. So these are not easy decisions to make. But basically the white's kind of triumph card is timing this pawn push in the best moment. He's not going to do it now, but he might even do it in 20 moves. Like just waiting for the perfect opportunity to break open, and if his pieces are prepared for that, usually it ends up being very bad for black, Simon.
Yeah. So you think fireworks are going to happen now, soon?
The calm before the storm, maybe.
Yeah.
Still preparing for the right moment.
Yeah, I mean, Prague has lost two games in a row, and he's definitely looking to strike back. So he's going for fireworks here.
He just did his move, centralizing the knight in the center, and he left. He said, "Bye-bye. Think about it, buddy.
Yeah,
I'll be back when you played your move."
I hope he went to the confessional. I would love to see Prague going to the booth more, and in general the players visiting the confessional booth more often, because it's only been Magnus who is going there 2-3 times a day, and the other players are more in the zone, in the bubble of the game. We just want to hear from everyone. We want to hear about the game. We want to hear about what they had for breakfast. We want to know everything, Simon, right?
Yes. Anything is important.
I want to mention one opportunity right now that Alireza has, because he could sacrifice a piece for 3 pawns right now by actually capturing this pawn. It doesn't come to mind when you look at it, but white captures back, black comes up with a rook and captures this pawn, threatening white's queen, capturing the second pawn there, and after white's queen moves, he can take this one as well, and black gets 3 pawns here. It's sometimes interesting to go for this sacrifice if you have a passive position, but here I don't think it's quite enough. It seems to me that white should be better after something like this. And,
would you recommend people to maybe think about sacrificing when the position looks like impossible to break through, if you get 3 pawns in return, because we know that the knight is 3 pawn, worth 3 pawns. So do you think it's good?
The problem here for black is that you have 3 pawns, but these pawns are also doubled, and a piece is a piece after all. A piece is very valuable, and it's, you know, if it's an endgame and you have passed pawns kind of rolling down the board, it's a different case. But here, it's more of a stable position, so it's going to take a long time, let's say in a position like this, before the black that rook can maybe sometimes jump. Yeah?
Before the board is doing some magic tricks here, oftentimes to keep us on track. Are we paying attention? Kind of like the security at airports, isn't it? That they sometimes have like the fake objects, like a gun in the bag. It's like, are they paying attention, the security control guards? I feel like that right now, because this board keeps checking. Are you guys paying attention? The rook is flying. It's been funny, yeah. But it's also funny, by the way, here with the analysis. Are you saying, Aryan, that it's best not to sacrifice the knight here for the 3 pawns, but in other cases, if the pawns are very advanced, passed pawns, that can compensate for a knight or a bishop?
Yeah, that was my point. Yeah, if the pawns are sort of more advanced, it makes more sense. But here, these pawns are also doubled, and it's not enough always in chess to just count the points. You know, like thinking that the knight is worth 3 points and the pawns is worth 3 points, and just going for going for that sacrifice is not really how it works. You also have to look at piece coordination and sort of the harmony of the position.
That's a great point. It's not just the quantity, but also the quality of the pieces. The more advanced your pawns, especially past pawns, the more advanced, the stronger they are. What happened also while we were analyzing here, we were rooting for Pragg to go to the confessional. And actually, we do have a confession, but for the first time, it isn't a player going to the confessional booth, but the chief arbiter of the tournament. Over to you, Anastasia.
Hi everyone, I think you don't recognize me as a player, and it's true, it's a new face for you. My name is Anastasia and I'm a chief arbiter of the Norway Chess 2026. I'm a player myself, I'm an international master, and I want to tell you what is the role of the arbiters during this event. Actually, Norway Chess is a very special event because we have special time control and we have Armageddon games. And as you can see during the event, at the end of the game, players start playing very fast because the time is running and they have to play a lot of moves with a very few seconds sometimes. So this is our main point as arbiters. Actually, in chess, we have arbiters, not judges or referees. That's just, occasionally happen, but we have arbiters, chief arbiter, deputy chief arbiter, and just an arbiter who is following the game. So we follow the games at the end of the game very closely. We stand nearby players, and if they need any help, we are here to support them, of course. Another role that we have to do, it's during Armageddon game. Again, time is running very quickly, and as you know, white has 10 minutes, black has only 7 minutes, so we have to be near by the players to help them if some pieces fell down or if they have any question of 3-time repetition, draw claims. So many interesting things during the game can happen. An arbiter should react immediately. We have only 1-2 seconds to make a decision because sometimes this decision could be very important for the players for the result of the game. So that's why we are here. We have 4 people in our team. I myself from Australia, my colleagues it's from Italy, France and Azerbaijan. We're looking forward for the rest of the event. We passed the first half and I think it will be interesting battles. Enjoy.
Thank you so much, Anastasia, for sharing those thoughts. I've never seen an arbiter in the confessional booth, so this is a first. And now we know more about the role of the arbiters in the playing hall, especially during Armageddons and the draw claims. We have seen that many times, actually, how important it is, how necessary. And Magnus needed an arbiter the other day for getting more water as well, because he didn't have time to go and grab some more mineral water for himself. We will take a short break and get some water for us as well, but when we are back from this break, there is so much going on here today. The action is heating up here at Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women Day 7. Time scramble is approaching, potential Armageddons coming in, and very many sharp positions. Stay tuned, we'll be back after this short break.
Askill, you're one of the closest friends of Magnus Carlsen, and we all want to know more details as friend knows. What can you tell to our viewers?
I mean, what to say? We've been good friends for many years now. We share the passion for chess, but also I got to visit him in Spain recently, and he took me to the golf course, and I played 9 holes for the first time. And we were a bigger group, but I went alone with him. And he's actually a very good teacher, and he's very patient with people. that are on a lower level than himself. But I guess he's used to that from chess. So he was a good coach for me on the golf course. And no, I mean, he's just an all-around nice guy and a good friend and a human being, I would say.
He just mentioned at confessional booth right now that instead of 2 boards with the chess on the screen, he prefers to have a football match, Arsenal against PSG. Do you think if he has a chance, he would watch the football game right now?
Yeah, for sure. And I know that, you know, back in the days when he played a lot of the online tournaments, he would watch football on the side. So he loves football, and I don't think he's cheering for any particular team now in the final. But yeah, he loves to watch, and not only football, but tennis and golf. And he's like a sports fanatic, I would say. So that's cool.
Well, in the friendship, you're the one who is a Guinness record breakers. And we have seen also Magnus coming to your game. You played the longest game and cheering you up. And I just heard that there is a documentary coming up. Please first tell us what was the record about and about the documentary too.
Yeah, sure. So the title of the Guinness World Record was the longest chess marathon. So basically to play chess for the longest amount of time. And I did it with Odin Blikravea, a good friend of mine. And we played for, as you can see, 61 hours and 3 minutes and 34 seconds. So we got the record. This was back in 2024 during Norway Chess. And Magnus would play his games in the tournament and also come watch us during the tournament. And he was actually cheering us on, and that was great. And that was also a way to kind of see Magnus as a friend, you know, supporting his other friends and not only focusing on the tournament, but actually wondering how we did. And he was rooting us on, and that was great. And now there's a documentary on chess.com YouTube. It's approximately 1 hour, and it covers all the preparation, the match itself, and also it includes Magnus, David Howell is in it, and other chess personalities as well.
Wow, that's amazing. We're looking forward to watch that. Thanks so much to giving us all this information and your time, and enjoy Norway Chess.
Thank you so much.
We're currently in the library on the same floor of the playing hall, and I'm being joined by one of the volunteers, Miki. It's a pleasure to have you here. Please share with us about yourself and why are you at this event?
Well, I'm Mickey, and I'm here basically because I'm kind of addicted to chess, and I really wanted to see the players from up close. So I thought, this is the way to get in this world of chess.
So you must be from Oslo, from Norway.
No, I'm from the Netherlands, and I came here just for the tournament, basically.
Very nice dedication to chess. And how did you reach here? Please share us the story.
I came here on my motorbike, actually. I made a little road trip of it. I went through Copenhagen and then Sweden, and now I'm here in Oslo.
It's a true love to chess that you're showing. Please share with us how is your usual day routine looks like at the Norway Chess.
Well, I'm here to assist in the production, so I escort the players when they're finished with their games to the TV studio or the wall press. And sometimes the players, they don't want to do a press, so they try to escape. That's where I come in. I say, hey, Gukesh, come with me. And then he listens or he doesn't.
Yeah, it's of course their choice. And what are you doing in the breaks when you're watching the games? I understand you're also a chess player yourself.
Yes, of course. And when I have some downtime or in my break, I make chess puzzles, of course. I brought my book.
Perfect. Miki, thank you so much for your time and enjoy Norway Chess and best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Can you please tell us, how often do you play chess?
Every day, I would say, yeah, like half an hour maybe on chess.com every day, yeah.
Just watched your game and it's pretty impressive. That's a really high level of chess. Do you somehow use chess to concentrate, or it's just purely for enjoying the game?
Yeah, just for fun. I guess nothing else than that, yeah, fun, yeah.
And you also have the FIDE rating, as I understand, an online rating. Which one do you like to play over the board to socialize with people, or do you like to play online?
Yeah, so I definitely play like best to play over the board with the real people, but I don't have the chance of doing that so often. So chess.com and Lead Chess is just so more easy to just go online and play. Yeah.
Have you played against Magnus Carlsen?
I've played, I think, 2 Blitz games with him. That was a nice experience. Yeah.
Is there anything connected to chess and ski jumping that's something that's common?
Chess and alpine skiing? I would say kind of. I use it sometimes on race day just to get my mind to get sharp, to get quick, think quick. Yeah, and sometimes in the morning just to wake up and yeah.
And are you nervous before you start the action? Like sometimes just players are a bit nervous, and when they start the game, they are relaxed and focused. How is that?
Yeah, it depends on the game. Just now with friends, it's kind of easy. But in tournament modes, then of course I get really heart pump when I'm getting into a exciting position in Blitz and I have low time. Yeah.
And a final question about Norway Chess in Oslo. How do you enjoy here?
Super nice locations. Awesome to have the world's best players here. And unfortunately not a perfect start for Magnus, but I still have faith in him starting to get on a winning streak and then steal some chances. Yeah.
Well, enjoy your day here, and yeah, best to have fun.
Thank you.
Tell us, how is it to be the professional chess player in Norway?
It's good, it's fun, and just want to play tournaments all the time.
You see that Magnus effect here. You can see so many fans are following him. Do you think that helps chess players like you, next generation, to become just so popular?
Yeah, for sure. Magnus has definitely made the game way more popular, and of course it's good for players like me that are up and coming.
Are you aiming to play next editions of Norway Chess?
Yeah, if I get the invitation, I will definitely play here.
And would you go to the confessional booths? Because I know that chess players are not comfortable to be in front of camera and talk about their thoughts or feelings.
Maybe it's different during the game, but if they tell me that I have to do that, I mean, no problem for me.
What is the one thing that you like about Norway Chess, besides the chess tournament and the games and the quality, just the things for you as a viewer, what you enjoy?
No, it's very good socially here. Everyone basically know each other and they talk with each other like friends. And of course, the chess is very high level and very good.
And finally, I wonder about the support. If you get any support for you as a professional chess player, and how that support looks like, and what's your next plans chess-wise?
Yeah, I mean, I get a lot of support because my sponsor is Ferd. I'm sponsored by Ferd Morten Borge, and my next plans as a chess player is a tournament in Kazakhstan in a couple of days.
And as I learned, you play a lot of back-to-back events. And is there any time when you're taking rest from this tournament, or you're so focused on chess?
I mean, I don't really get tired, so I just play and yeah, just keep on playing.
You're very young, I suppose. And tell me about Olympiad. Are you going to play this year at the Olympiad representing Norway? And is that the first time, or have you already played?
Yeah, I'm going to play Olympiad this year, and it's my second time since I played last time. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Well, I hope we're going to see you in the next editions of Norway Chess, and best of the luck to improve your chess.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the broadcast of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. This is day 7, and we might be about to witness the first decisive game of the day. It is the tournament leader Bibisara Assaubayeva with an incredible position against Chinese rising star Zhu Jiner. Aryan, we need to jump straight into the action. And what is the current assessment of the position?
So, Zhu Jiner has sacrificed a piece, and White's king is in the center of the board, getting checked by the black's rooks. But maybe she has missed that White can just block the check right now, centralizing the bishop, and the black rook is pinned. Like if you could move the black rook, you would win back the bishop. But right now, this move will just keep the extra piece for Bibisara, and I think she's about to play it. Black has to move the king to be able to free the rook, but then White is in time to bring the rook to defense. Now, if you try to attack the bishop, I'll just sidestep with the king and save the bishop later. If you try to go up with the rook, I'm also gonna just move the king 1 square to the left, and I always have this resource to save the bishop. So it's probably a bit of a blunder there by Zhu Jiner, as we have this position on the board now, and I'm expecting Bibisara to develop her rook, and we might see a resignation.
Incredible turn of events, and the position was already so difficult earlier for Zhu Jiner with those pawns of Bibisara in the center of the board, and not finding the way to get out of this, isn't it? Would you say, Aryan, that these last couple of moves were decisive?
It was a tough position. She was under pressure, but she didn't have to give up a full piece. She could give a check and, for instance, move the rook 1 square up. And Bibisara had good advantage. She would be a pawn up in this case, but right now, a piece up is obviously much worse. And it's going to be very good for Bibisara's tournament situation.
Yeah, she's the current tournament leader, and getting a win in classical chess gives you 3 extra points. So she's going to increase her lead, unless the other ladies running right behind her in 2nd and 3rd place can also win in classical. This is huge for the Kazakh grandmaster. She might be just moments away from resignation by her opponent. And she is bringing the rook in, as you suggested, Aryan. Will Zhu Jiner resign? I would love to see this on full screen, because I think we might be about to witness the first game ending today in round 7. Zhu Jiner with a piece down against tournament leader Bibisara. Simon, would you fight on or resign if you have this position? You're down a bishop.
There's this good saying that you never resign. You always try to find a solution. Maybe your opponent's gonna blunder something along the way. You know, if you're an amateur player, you should never resign. Of course, when there's pros on the board like this, like Aryan, like you, Anna, I would probably resign. But
would you resign, Anna?
In a tournament situation like Zhu Jiner's, yes. If I was playing a Blitz tournament with friends, I would never. So it depends on the situation. You're right, Simon. Depends on the level of the players too, because we see this at the very top of chess. These are the best players in the world. Even sometimes with a pawn or 2 down as material, which honestly a pawn is not that much, but you see grandmasters resigning once they say there is no further chance for them, and it could be just a pawn, a pass pawn, but that makes you resign. And in this case, Zhu Jiner down a bishop, I would think she is considering resignation. Tough moment for Zhu Jiner.
Yeah, very tough moment. And is it correct that this is her first loss in the tournament? I think she didn't lose so far. She actually lost to Divya. She lost to in round. Yeah. Excuse me. She did lose that game.
But she hasn't lost in classical, is what you're saying. She only lost in Armageddon.
No, she lost in classical against Divya. Now that I've remembered,
Oh, you're so right.
that was the blunder we talked about. But
In round 5.
in round
Yes,
5,
absolutely.
yeah.
And that's when Divya took the
This
lead.
will be Zhu Jiner's second loss. I believe her first appearance in the Norway Chess.
But she's keeping her calm. She seems pretty calm, even though she's in a losing position. Maybe she's trying to see, is there anything else I can do? Maybe I can bring my king. Maybe I can slide the rook and find a way to the pawns. But the pawns looks similar in both black and white. So there's no pass pawn possible there. So yeah, it makes the situation very tough for Zhu Jiner.
Yeah, I mean, she might activate the rook to the second rank, try to pick up some pawns at least. But even if Bibisara drops one of those pawns, still the bishop is going to prevail. Unfortunate situation for rising star Zhu Jiner. Huge for Bibisara's tournament situation, as she will go up to 12.5 points after this win. And even if Divya wins, she's not going to be catching up for now.
Absolutely huge. I think what Zhu Jiner is thinking here, we could go to the game of her compatriot, reigning women's world champion Ju Wenjun, against defending champion Anna Muzychuk, which is also obviously one of the other important clashes for the standings. Both of these ladies are on 3rd place right now, sharing the 3rd place. Whoever wins this game will get a huge boost to their tournament race for the title. Last year, Anna Muzychuk won. 2 years ago, Ju Wenjun won. They are the only 2 earlier champions of Norway Chess Women, and today they face each other. We could check in with the current position, Aryan, and see how are the chances looking so far for these players.
So last time we checked here, I mentioned that it was looking promising for Zhu Wenjun. She had her pieces on good squares and a nice initiative, and her situation has improved right now. You guys might be wondering what the rook is doing in the center of the board as it's like attacked by the black knight. But actually, this was a really genius move, attacking the black queen and attacking the pawn in the center.
Wow.
Which means that if Anna captures this rook, she's gonna lose the queen. And if she trades right now, which I think is what she's gonna do, after white captures back, material is equal in this game. Both sides have 2 rooks, 2 minor pieces, and 6 pawns each. But actually, Anna would be in a lot of trouble here because white is about to double the rooks, put pressure on this pawn, and black doesn't have any good squares for their pieces. I mean, once you try to defend with a knight, you give up this square for the white knight, enters the board, and some really nasty threats in the black position. If you try to stop this fork, there's another fork in the position, Simon. Do you see what white could do here?
Of course, you jump in front of this rook, and rook is forced to take.
Yeah, so you stop one fork, but another fork is presenting itself, and check on the black king and the rook. So here, if the knight lands here, it's just very tough to defend for black, and white can also play on the d file. So she has to go for this, Anna Muzychuk, but this position is actually a very pleasant endgame for white.
How would you rate the chances of Zhu Wenjun in this endgame?
I will say maybe 60% chances of winning and 40% chance of draw.
Because she has more time also, Zhu Wenjun.
Yeah, that's a good point, Simon. Actually, I'll say maybe 65, 35, I would say, for Zhu Wenjun to win. I mean, she's much better, but still, of course, Anna is a great defender, and very resourceful. So she could get out of it if she plays very, very precise.
They're on move 24.
Still a lot of more moves to be played. You're right, Simon. This is going to be huge time trouble for the defending champion Anna Muzychuk here. In a tough spot over the board. Also tough when it comes to the time management. Ju Wenjun seeking revenge for their round 2 game that ended in drawing classical, but it was Anna winning the Armageddon. Good chances for the reigning women's world champion. I would love to check in also on the 3rd game at Norway Chess Women, which is the clash between the 2 Indian stars, Humpy Koneru with the white pieces against Divya Deshmukh. Clash of generations, Humpy being the queen of chess in India, legendary player, and Divya Deshmukh, only 20 years old, a rising star from the Olympic team of India. How's the current situation, Aryan, when it comes to their game and the position we have on the board?
So Humpy is still a pawn up. I mean, Divya played this very ambitious opening, the Benko opening in this one, sacrificing a pawn very early on for active play. And right now we can see the time situation. Humpy has 25 minutes against 47. And we're...
move 16.
Yeah, we're only on move 16. So it's looking pretty good for Divya. I would say her pieces are pretty active and she's looking at this pawn right now. White is not doing too badly. It's around balance, but the trend is really in Divya's favor, both time-wise and just more practical for Black to play here. Like White can pick this pawn up in the center of the board, but Black will capture this pawn, and it's not that easy for White to play here. For instance, if you try to develop your bishop, there are some very tricky moves you have to look up for. For instance, the bishop moves 1 square up, hitting the white rook, and if you move it back to this square, suddenly the bishop comes to the side of the board, picking up material here, hitting the queen. If the queen moves, you lose the rook.
It's called it's called a skewer, we say, right?
A skewer. I should take lessons with you for all the names for tactics, because I don't know. I'm really bad with like opening names and names for combinations. So I'll teach you. I'll teach you positional chess, and you'll teach me the names.
Oh, we got a deal. Hey, I was just thinking, like, Divya is fighting against Humpy Koneru. Humpy is a legend in India. She's one of the, like, she got a grandmaster title at 14 years old. Was so low at the time, so early in her career. So Divya, she wasn't even born when Humpy got her grandmaster title. So she must have both are Indian. So Divya must have been like looking at Humpy and our game all her life. Maybe Divya is finding her
idol, someone she looked up her whole childhood. Very much so the case. Yes, Humpy being the first grandmaster of India, the first woman to become a grandmaster, reaching the overall grandmaster title, not the woman grandmaster title. So it was huge at the time, and still huge how Humpy has been such an active and such a strong player for so long. And she's a mom. She's the only participant in the field, I believe, who is a mom. And in the other field, we have Magnus Carlsen being a dad. So they also have parental duties.
Yeah. A lot of changing when you get a family.
It does change. And since you two were talking about chess terms, we want to help everyone understand what chess dictionary you need and words to express your games in chess. So here's a bit of a help to all of our audience and to us here in the studio, what chess terms we use in our world.
Have you ever heard chess players saying some fancy terms like blunder, zugzwang, gambit, and you have no idea what does that mean? Let's decode all the popular chess terms in 1 minute. The first one is blunder, a mistake that loses a piece and sometimes even a game. The next one is a gambit. This happens in the opening when a player sacrifices a pawn or even a piece to have a better development, to have some space advantage and a good chances to attack the king. And have you heard about fork? This happens when knight is attacking two of the opponent's pieces at the same time. And in fact, if there are three pieces attacked by the knight at the same time, we call this royal fork. This one you have heard for sure. It is checkmate. The position where the king is under check and has no options to move. So it is a checkmate and the game is over. Our next term is zugzwang. This is a situation when you have the moves on the board, but those are not good options. And the position gets worse and worse gradually. Have you heard about GG? This means good game. With that manner, players are just showing respect to each other. Chess players definitely have terms to communicate to each other. And now you also know them.
Thank you, Katy, for the chess terms. Now we know when to say GG. And will there be a blunder in the game of the reigning world champion Gukesh D? He certainly has a great position against the tournament leader Wesley So. So let's check in on the current situation in this really sharp and complex middle game. We saw earlier Gukesh gaining a pawn, winning a pawn in the opening out of his preparation, but then Wesley played some really important moves that put a lot of pressure on Gukesh. Gukesh now really getting low on time, 15 minutes against 52 for Wesley. So Aryan, what is the position saying to you?
Yeah, it's a very, very fascinating position right now. Gukesh is still a pawn up, but I mean, just look at this position. Like, how did the rook land on this square? And I mean, a lot of things has happened, obviously, since we last checked on this game. But the funny thing is that this rook that we mentioned, which had moved like 5 times, kept moving around the white rook. Let's just play quickly through the last moves. He moved the rook to this square, putting pressure on this pawn. Finally brought the last rook into the game, and it was very nice for Gukesh to get his bishop involved on this square, driving back the black queen. But Wesley also getting his rook active. Put the queen here. The knight joins. You cannot really move the bishop to, for instance, like if you try to hit the knight, then this rook was hanging, so that was not possible. That's why Gukesh moved his king 1 square. This was a very good move, supporting the white rook and freeing up the white bishop. Being able to play with all the pieces. Wesley centralized his knight. Gukesh played this move, threatening checkmate, which obviously Wesley stopped, and right now we're currently on move 29. Gukesh only has 13 minutes left on the clock. I mean, it might be it might be some fireworks in this one right now, because he's only going to get 10 seconds more if he makes it to move 40, but it's not an easy position to play. I mean, all of the pieces are on the center of the board. The white king is unsafe, and objectively speaking, Gukesh is better, but it's very hard to figure out the best path forward. I mean, and chess is a practical game. Sometimes even if you have a better position, I mean, if you're down on the clock and you feel nervous, it might be easier to play for black. And I feel like Wesley has gone for a practical approach in this game. It's not necessarily trying to play the best moves, but trying to put pressure on the clock for Gukesh and make it tricky. Here, let's talk about what kind of options White has. It's a very critical moment. So as I mentioned, White is a pawn up, but he does want to maybe trade off some pieces to make it easier to play. And right now, there's a very interesting continuation for White, taking this pawn, Simon.
Really?
Yes, sacrificing the rook. It doesn't come to mind at first, but after he takes, and then he can. I mean, he can take with the queen also on e5, or he can take with a rook.
Is he about to play? He's about to reach trapeze. Knight into the central square, knight to d5 is Gukesh's move instead of sacrificing the rook. This looks also like a great choice, activating his knight.
Yeah, this is also interesting, but I will say for practical reasons, I think this would have made the life for Gukesh much easier, because it would force perhaps the queen trade, and if we would get a situation like this, white would have a nice advantage. And the reason for that is that black's rook is very offside here on this square, and White has potentially 2 passed pawns on the queen side, and we would have an endgame when it's easier to play faster if you have low time and the queens are traded off, and his white's pieces are better than black's pieces. So this would be a nice advantage. I mean, Gukesh is still better after this move, but with the queens on the board, I would be very worried for the time situation.
It's nice to see that Gukesh has played his move. 12 minutes. It's not a lot against 51 minutes for Wesley. Wesley just left. Maybe he's at the confessional. Maybe.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I sure hope that that's where he is, or maybe getting some snacks, refreshments. I think you both have highlighted so well that the time factor here is crucial. Even though we see the bar under the board showing advantage for Gukesh, better position for Gukesh, but with only 12 minutes left on the clock, still having to play 10 more moves to reach the time control, and even then, he's only getting 10-second increment per move. This is huge time pressure for Gukesh for the rest of the game. He's not getting out of it. It's gonna be time pressure in a complex, sharp, risky position. Wesley has won 2 games in a row, and this could be the 3rd one. After beating Magnus and Prague, he's playing so practical, as you called it, Aryan. He's going for the time of Gukesh.
He's going for a time of Gukesh. This is a very critical position right now, because if West doesn't make the best move, he will be dead lost. It's very, very important to not let the white knight land on this square. Let's say if black makes a random move and white gets to retreat his knight to this f4 square, white has really nice tactics with eliminating the knight and jumping up to this square. The black rook is almost trapped on this one, just really not contributing to black's position. So actually right now, Wesley should capture white's bishop.
Sacrifice his rook for the bishop.
Yeah, it doesn't come to mind at first, but it's the only way for him to get counterplay. Take that and then move his queen up. And if he goes for this, I mean, he's threatening white's pawn and the knight. He's perhaps getting some counterplay, and with the time of Gukesh ticking down, it's not that easy for him to play. But it's a very critical position, because he has to play very, very precise here. Otherwise, if the knight lands here and the rook is stuck, it's just really bad news for Wesley.
Wow, is he going to go for it?
Well, he has a lot of time to figure this out, so he should pause here, Wesley. For instance, one thing you should not do is, like, if you capture this knight and white takes back, this is a position that not only is white a pawn up, but he has everything under control. His king is actually very safe. You cannot even reach the white king. And let's say now if black tries to create a threat, suddenly white just captures this knight. I mean, white is having the tactics in the position. You cannot take back as checkmate is following.
Wow.
Protect with the queen, and then...
I mean, the same goes for this square. Also doesn't work out, so...
The same pin. Very important tactical
I will say that Gukesh has calculated very well in this game and played a really high quality game. And Gukesh is known for being able to do that. He's an extremely accurate calculator, but that has come with a cost of burning his clock to a large degree. Who do you think is gonna win, Simon?
I had to say that the time situation makes it really, really scary for Gukesh. I'm really hoping Gukesh can get a win here, because he's been having not the best tournament of his life, and that will help him a lot. Wesley is already like at the top of the stadium. Like, Wesley, just give a chance to your
I think
boy.
we do need to, sorry guys, but we do have a result, our first game at Norway Chess Women, and that is the game of the tournament leader, Bibisara Assaubayeva. I hope we can catch the last moves here of the game. She's been playing excellent chess here in Norway, and with the white pieces, this endgame where she already has an extra bishop on the board against Chinese rising star Zhu Jiner, the king attacking the rook of Zhu Jiner. The pawns are all protected, and Zhu Jiner resigned. The tournament leader, Bibisara, takes another 3 points for her win in classical chess. Impressive by the Kazakh grandmaster, who is here with her boyfriend Javokir Sindarov, who will be challenging later this year world champion Gukesh in their world championship match coming up at the end of 2026. What a day for Bibisara, getting the 3 points seemingly easily, as if it's easy to win at the very top of chess, isn't it, Aryan?
A huge game for Bibisara, and it felt like the opening really went her way. She was playing very fast, putting pressure on Zhu Jiner, and eventually Zhu Jiner ended up blundering that piece. Maybe she thought she was getting it back, but didn't work out. Meanwhile, Divya has a very good position against Humpy, so maybe she will win that game, but still not enough to catch up with Bibisara.
Yeah, Bibisara will be at the top of the standings no matter what. The rest of the players will try to run after her, but cannot fully catch her at the moment. Is Bibisara, who is the certain sole leader of Norway Chess Women. And we do have an important video for all of you who have been discussing with us. Should you resign in chess or should you not? So over to you, ladies, explaining whether it's a good idea to give up in chess.
Is resignation just giving up? Or is it a sign of a respect? In chess, resigning is a part of the culture. When it's over, you shake hands. At the top level, players often resign when the result is clear, even without a checkmate. But in amateur chess, it's different. Most players fight to the very end, often playing on until checkmate. Sometimes, even top players go all the way to checkmate, but usually when they miss it and the mate comes as a surprise. The handshake says, "Well played." That's the beauty of chess.
Thank you so much for the breakdown on whether you should or should not resign in chess. Yes, at the top level chess, we often see resignation, but we would not recommend our viewers to do the same. Fight until the end. Anything can still happen, especially on club level chess or among casual players. Divya Deshmukh is in second place, and she wants to get 3 points to be able to approach Bibisara in her lead. How is the current position looking, Aryan? This is Humpy Koneru, the queen of chess in India, facing the rising star of Indian chess, Divya Deshmukh. Clash of generations, and such an important game for both of these ladies.
This last move of Divya is very strong. I think I showed it the last time we visited this game, that this would be a very dangerous situation for white, as black is hitting the white rook, but also introducing a very, very serious threat of moving the bishop to the edge of the board there. Let's say if the white rook moves here, I guess she can, for instance, go here. Queen has to go to this square, because you have to keep an eye on the white rook. But now suddenly the rook can go to this square, and white is really, really struggling to find the square, because you have to keep on this diagonal and protect the white rook. You're just running out of squares here. You go here, but then white might just push the pawn, take the bishop, take the rook, and this one is hanging as well. So white is just busted here. Also down to 15 minutes. I'm expecting Divya to win this game, and this Benko opening is paying off.
It's great to see that these opening surprises are paying off because the players are working so hard on their preparations, Simon. They spend hours, countless hours, on trying to figure out what's the best way to approach the game. How can they surprise their opponent? And Divya certainly has gotten a great choice for today's opening, managed to get Humpy out of her preparation.
But,
Aryan, please.
I should mention a very important variation here. Humpy can move the knight up to this square.
Wow!
Looks crazy as it's hanging. Both of black's pieces can capture it, but white is currently threatening a mate, so black captures the knight, and then Humpy takes black's bishop. Maybe this was what Humpy was counting on, to be able to get this black bishop, and now the rook looks very, very safe. But what black has a very good move here, retreating the black queen to this square, hitting the white bishop, and this is actually very, very dangerous for white.
Humpy instead retreated her rook to the second rank. Looks like a mysterious move. It's blocking her own bishop in a way.
You guys are going to be very, very surprised by black's best move in this position. I don't think.
Can any of us guess it?
It's a very
bishop to attack the white rook that has just moved.
That's very natural. But,
very natural.
It's kind of one of those.
I'm trying my best
It's one
here.
of those moves that you would not mention in a million years, but once you see it, it's actually very logical.
Wait, queen to the corner, attacking everything on the diagonal.
Exactly. Yeah. That's very, very strong. Creating. Is this called a battery or?
Yes,
a battery.
It's a battery. The bishop and the queen together attacking everything on the diagonal.
Against the white knight. And if the white knight retreats, defending the bishop, black can trade it, and then go for a very sharp attack, moving the knight to this square. And suddenly, white's king is very, very unsafe. You have holes in the position. The knight is about to jump to this square, forking the king and the rook. And this is very bad news for Humpy. But it's certainly not an easy move to spot for Divya. And if she doesn't find this, white is still in the game. So let's see what's going to happen. It's an important moment. If she finds this one, I'm almost certain that she's going to win Divya.
Huge moment here in the game, very critical decision. Will Divya Deshmukh find that beautiful queen retreat to attack with her bishop and queen on the diagonal? Would you have an interview with the Chinese rising star Zhu Jiner to talk about her game against Bibisara today?
Jiner, it was a tough game. Tell us what went wrong.
I think I saw under serious pressure in the opening. I mean, I didn't know that line, so yeah, and I think I have some compensation, but I didn't find a way to play. And yeah, but later I think maybe I should play knight f5 instead of bishop d5, and it's still okay maybe for black. Yeah, and the bishop d5 is just blunder, yeah.
We should strike back tomorrow. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
And we are joined by the winner in that crucial game of today, tournament leader Bibisara. Congratulations, Bibisara, a huge win.
Thank you.
I saw you were reviewing your game just now on your phone. Can you talk us through the key moments and first of all, your preparation for today's game? It looked like, again, you have come to the board very well prepared.
Yeah, I tried, but okay, I didn't know bishop before move, and when she played it, I thought like why I didn't check it, but then I know that I should have better position, but I didn't find the best way, and now I checked that after queen e5 she can play queen a4, b3, queen c6, and I think we missed that after rook c1 she have a f6 move. So yeah, but I was surprised that I played very good after that.
Well, it's incredible how you were reviewing those lines and saying that you forgot to check that, but even then you found the best moves over the board. What do you think were later on the critical moments in the game, and where did it turn fully in your favor?
Okay, when she blundered the piece, I think, but now I checked that when I played 96, I calculate rook e6, d5, rook e7, d takes e6, bishop c6, f3, f5. And firstly, I thought it's a draw, but then I find king e3, f takes e4, bishop c4 check, and then f4, and I thought like I can play this for 100 moves, and it's very unpleasant position for black, and computer shows that it's around +1 and something, so...
Good chances, even if she did not blunder
Yeah.
the piece. It's been very impressive to see you play such fighting chess, always so dynamic, aggressive. You want to win every single game, no matter what color you have. Is that always your approach, or it's also the tournament system here being 3 points for the classical, that it's more rewarding to winning classical chess?
No, usually I'm fighting, but in general, I finished my 5 games with a draw, so yeah. But I'm happy that I won today, and I think it was very good for me also because it's 3 points for a win.
3 points, and much deserved 3 points, Bibisara. Aryan, I think you do have access to the analysis board, if I'm not being mistaken. If you want to show
I
some
do.
of
I mean, we can get the analysis
lines that
board up
Bibisara
and,
mentioned,
look
so
at the
we
game
can
with
all learn
Bibisara.
from this.
So it seemed like the critical point was when she traded the queens.
Yes, but firstly, I didn't thought like this because I missed f6, and I think she also missed it. Because when I played queen c7, I calculate this line, bishop a6, queen e5, queen a4, b3. And I thought if she will play queen d7, I have queen c7. But after queen c6, I thought it's make no sense because of rook c1. And okay, after f6, I have bad position, probably.
The rook c1, f6, yeah?
Yeah, and probably after queen b8, maybe something like queen e4.
Yeah, so just for the viewers, the point of f6 is that it's disturbing the white queen, and if the queen moves away, then black gets to capture this very, very important pawn. If white captures the queen, black will take white's queen and hitting the bishop and the rook. So this would be winning for black. That's why f6 is a really nice intermezzo, easy to miss.
Yes. I think she also missed it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a long variation, so it's very difficult to see. And instead, she traded the queens. Did you think you were much better here?
Firstly, yes, but after bishop b7, bishop d3, she find best move bishop d6. And firstly, I thought it's a draw because she want to take on e5, then play knight c6. And my pawn on d4 is very weak. But then I find this variation like king e2. And now if she will play bishop e5, knight c6, I can play king e3. I want to play bishop d6, for example. And after rook fd8, I can play bishop b5. And I think it's very unpleasant endgame for her because after f6 I will just take on c6. It's opposite color bishop, but I have a pawn, so yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And f6 was a good move, and there is first line like knight g6, rook d8, take, knight f4, knight c6, and knight c6.
Yeah, this was a very nice move. Knight takes e6. Do you think your opponent missed it?
No, because I think it's first variation. I think she missed that after bishop d5 she can play rook d6 or rook e5.
Mhm.
Yeah, because okay, she can play here rook e7 instead of knight d4, and
But then you're just a pawn up, yeah?
yeah, no, not really, because I take on c6 and then f3 f5 she have. But here I plan to play king e3, f takes e4, bishop c4, and then f4. It's very unpleasant position.
Yeah, this is very unpleasant. You bring the rook and you have three against two
Yeah.
on the king's side. So she went knight e4. Was she thinking that she's gonna regain the piece when she sacrificed? You think?
Maybe here best practical decision was to play knight f5, king f4, rook e5, take on f5, and bishop d5.
Yeah, this was also what we concluded, that she had to go for this variation. You're still much better, but here
Yes.
black can
She
put
have
up resistance.
chances to have a draw.
Hmm. But
Yeah, but firstly, when I calculate everything, I also checked bishop d5, king d4, and I thought like bishop b4 is a draw. But firstly, I thought like I can play bishop c4, but I can't because of rook d8. And then I calculate that after bishop b4, rook d8, bishop d5, she can play rook d6. That was the important thing, because otherwise, maybe I'm even worse.
Do you think that's what she might have missed when she
Yes, maybe she calculated like rook d6 and take on d5 and forgot that her king on g8.
But you're just in time to bring the rook and get the bishop to safety here, as she had to move the king first.
Yes.
How do you feel after this win? Now you're in still in the sole lead.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. We played with Zhu in half year, around 8 games, and I think I won 7 of them. It's surprising because I think she's one of the strongest players in the world right now, but I was lucky in a few games. So yeah.
Just she's your client at this point.
Not really, but for this half year probably.
Very impressive, Bibisara. And before we let you go, can we have your thoughts on Divya's game? She's in second place right now and facing Humpy Koneru. We would love to have your thoughts on the current position, if you can help us out with the assessment. And do you think that Divya will be able to win this game or not?
Okay, if I will play by this game, I will prefer black for sure. It's very weak white squares. Yeah, I think she have good chances for a win this game.
Good chances, says Bibisara. Also very low time for Humpy. Still only moved 21, so huge time pressure on the Queen of Chess in India, Humpy Koneru. This could be, for Divya, really important to try to catch you, but even if she wins this classical game, she still doesn't have as many points as you. You've done so well up to now here in Norway, Bibisara, and we wish you very good luck for the remaining rounds as well in your lead.
Thank you.
We head back now to Norway Chess, as it also is heading toward all the time troubles. We have been going through as many games as possible, so let's do it one by one. Aryan, looking first at the game of Praggnanandhaa against French number 1 Alireza Firouzja. It's Firouzja here who is really low on time. He's down to his final 4 minutes and 21 seconds against 37 minutes for Praggnanandhaa. What's the position looking like to you, Aryan?
Yeah, indeed, Praggnanandhaa has been putting a lot of pressure on Alireza in this game. You guys can see the time situation here, 37 minutes against 4. We're currently on move 31, so Alireza has to make 9 moves before he can get this 10 seconds extra. The position looks unclear to me. I would probably prefer white, because this knight is, I think, Anna, she can leave.
Sorry, Bibisara, we forgot to tell you that you have done an incredible job, and now you can take a rest. Apologies for that. That's, again, your tournament leader there, Norway Chess. First place by far at the moment, Bibisara. We have this game to check on, as Aryan was explaining the variations here and the chances of the players.
Yeah, the last move of Alireza was very, very important, because if this move was not played, Pragg was having a very serious threat in the position of controlling the A file. If he would get that rook to that rank, it would be very, very bad news for black, as he would invade and get a lot of play on the A file. So this is a very important move, stopping white from activating the rook. And right now the position is balanced, I would say, but with this time situation, it's much easier to play for white. I mean, I'm expecting Pragg to move his king back. He has captured a piece on this square. That's why the king was all the way on f3. But expecting to move back and try to push this pawn 2 squares up, which is a general plan in these positions, and especially if your opponent is in time trouble, you do want to create some threats, as it's very difficult to defend. I mean, material is equal here right now, but maybe Alireza wants to move the rook back to this square and try to trap the white queen. Now, if white pushes the pawn 2 squares up, the white queen is getting trapped. Only has 1 square, as all the other squares are covered. You go back here, and then the rook comes and traps the queen in the center of the board. This would be a crazy variation, but
what should white do about this?
If Alireza would drop the rook back, Pragg can always activate the knight and hit the black rook. But it's a tough situation for Alireza. I mean, even if his position is kind of okay, I don't really like it, and I find it much easier to play for white here. So looks Alireza might face his second loss in a row.
Tough moment for the French #1 who was leading the tournament all throughout the first 5 rounds, then lost yesterday to Magnus Carlsen. Good chances for Pragg to bounce back after 2 losses in classical chess. And let's head over to the game of Magnus Carlsen. We were analyzing that earlier with his father, Henrik Carlsen. He's facing Vincent Keymer today. We're going to check in on this position quickly because there's also a lot going on in Gukesh's game. But for now, a quick assessment, Aryan, on how are the chances looking for Vincent and for Magnus? Who is doing better?
I would say Magnus's position has improved quite a bit since we last checked. Some pieces have been traded, which generally prefers black in these types of position, because I explained earlier that white has more space, and as a general rule, you don't want to trade pieces when you have more space. Now, black has more room for his pieces, and you guys might be wondering where the king's pawn went, because all of them have been traded. Basically, what happened here was that this pawn was attacked, and Vincent was trying to defend it. We got some rooks trading off, and Magnus pushed his pawn, traded it there, and currently we have a position where material is equal. They both have a queen, rook, and 4 minor pieces each. Actually, none of the minor pieces have been traded, and we're on move 29, so that's very, very unusual. And 4 pawns each, but some imbalance in the pawn structure, as you guys can see. And now, currently, Magnus is thinking what to play here. He has 12 minutes against 24. It's great for Vincent. It is really about to heat up if they're getting low on the clock. Yeah.
Absolutely, and the position that's most on fire today in Norway Chess is the game of the reigning world champion Gukesh D against the tournament leader Wesley So. Gukesh is down to his final 4 minutes. Wesley still has 32 minutes left. The position is critical, so sharp. There's a lot of tactical patterns, and king's safety is crucial as well. Mehmet, thank you so much for joining us. We have our game theory expert here, so I'm going to start with that. Mehmet, how are the predictions here when it comes to the Norway Chess bar is what I mean. How does the bar see this game of Gukesh against Wesley?
Thanks, Anna. I mean, I think this was the most interesting game of this round so far from the Norway Chess bar versus the objective bar, the Stockfish bar perspective. Because, I mean, objectively speaking, in the position just a couple of moves ago, Gukesh was really doing very, very well. However, the Norway Chess bar was saying, well, it's advantage Wesley So. At the current moment in this position, considering the time differences, Norway Chess bar says 49% probability of black winning here, even though position-wise, the position is, seems to be okay for white to play. Just because, Gukesh is very low on time in this position. Needs to make 5 moves, I believe, in 4 minutes, and there is no increment per move. So as our viewers can see, white there, objectively speaking, if Gukesh had a lot of time on the clock, let's say half an hour, just like Wesley So, Gukesh would probably win in this position. Maybe not for sure, but close to that level. However, it's because Gukesh is very low on time, the Norway Chess bar says is advantage Wesley So.
It's fascinating when you break it down like that, Mehmet, and how much the time factor matters here, regardless of the objective assessment of the position. Computer says white is better. The Norway Chess evaluation bar that takes into account the human factors, takes into account the time situation, says Wesley So has actually really high chances of winning this. Simon, what do you make of that? 49% for Wesley, 34% chance of a draw, and very low percentage it gives to Gukesh to win this game.
Well, it doesn't sound good for Gukesh, eh? I think that's what the bar says, right? But no, I think Gukesh, if he start playing like really fast, maybe we're gonna have a flip. Can we flip that thing around? You think?
Well, it's a very good point, actually. Maybe you may remember from last year, the Norway Chess War was giving 1% for Gukesh to win against Magnus Carlsen in that very famous table bang endgame.
Wow.
And Gukesh won this game. And after the game, actually, interestingly, Gukesh said, I could only win 1 out of 100 games like this. And that
He was so spot on.
That was an interesting point to see that Norway Chess Bar was actually, well, similar to what Gukesh himself thought from that position. And I believe you did the table bank moment and you became viral after that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was the Arjun one.
It was the Arjun one.
Yeah, because
okay, yours was the Arjun one. Okay.
Because for people who don't know, Magnus did a small table slam at the World Blitz or the World Rapid in 2025, December. And yeah, another table slam. But this year so far, we didn't have any.
We haven't seen yet.
Yeah.
Still waiting for the table slam. Is any table slam coming up here, you think, Aryan, when it comes to the position?
Well,
what are these last final moves to catch up on?
Well, the more Gukesh is thinking, it's a bad sign for him. He's less than 3 minutes right now. Wesley's been very, very tricky. He played his moves quickly, and actually he did play the best moves in the position. It was very important to eliminate this knight in the center because White had a very serious threat here of activating the rook. So he went for the best continuation, and after Gukesh captured this pawn right now, and not sure what Gukesh is thinking, but I'm expecting him to take this pawn.
Yeah, he's getting so low on time. Look at
this knight.
Okay, he goes for it.
He has just captured the pawn, but he looks so nervous, and he was looking up at the projector, the screens above them, to see what move number they are on.
This was actually not the best move.
Wesley immediately gave a check. It's not the best.
It was stronger to take that pawn on d6, but right now Wesley's queen is getting active, and now if his king is in check, and if he moves the king, I think Wesley is just going to capture this pawn, and now he has.
Gukesh is bringing the rook back, actually, not moving away with the king. The pawn is captured.
The pawn is captured, and Gukesh should take this pawn very fast now. He only has
1 minute and 30 seconds left for Gukesh.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to lose on time. He only has to make 2 moves before he gets this 10 seconds. But the good thing for Gukesh, though, is that the position is getting simplified. Material is getting traded off, and then it's easier to play for him.
And I believe Wesley is not going to let him, rest, because he's going to play really fast. Wesley is going to really take the clock to his advantage.
Yeah, even with the increment, 10 seconds is not much time. So Gukesh will make it to move 40.
Actually, this was a much stronger move, and I think Gukesh would have been in trouble if he would have played this, because taking with the queen and then using this knight as an attacking piece was stronger. But let's see what's happening on the board. He takes this pawn, and now Wesley, I'm expecting him to capture this one, but he lost a bit of momentum there, Wesley, after capturing. Gukesh can activate the rook. So if we count the material, Gukesh has 2 rooks against rook and knight. He has 1 pawn as compensation, but currently White is material up.
It really feels like Wesley is trying to put as much pressure on Gukesh as possible on the clock, and therefore he keeps playing fast, but maybe he had to invest a bit more time on that queen move, as you were highlighting, Aryan, that the queen capturing the pawn wasn't the best move, and some of the advantage that Wesley had is gone.
Yes, some of the advantage is gone, and Wesley is currently thinking he might be considering some different moves. And sometimes when your opponent is low on time, you might get overly excited. So you might not think about the
most
objectively best move, but maybe try to make a tricky move to make your opponent blunder. But that can all really backfire sometimes, because if Gukesh would play the right move, then he would capitalize on that. Like Black, for instance, have this knight jump, which also looks logical, attacking the white rook.
Absolutely. To follow up on you, Aryan, I mean, Norway Chess Bar says now is the position is simplified, most likely draw 45%. Now draw became the most likely result, in part because the position is now simpler and Gukesh needs to just make one move in 1 minute, and then he's going to get 10-second increment per move. So that's obviously going to help with the position. And if the position is simpler, meaning that there are fewer pieces on the board, there is, 10-second increment may just be enough to save for Gukesh.
And sometimes an annoying factor can be that when your opponent is very, very low on the clock, you can sometimes not want to spend too much time because you don't want your opponent to think on your time. And Gukesh now is obviously getting ready for whatever knight jump Wesley is going to go for. He's calculating deeper and deeper. So he's just using Wesley's time to calculate, which is very smart, I would say. So for instance, if Wesley activates the knight to this square, it would actually not be a good idea. Gukesh would just sidestep his rook, and Wesley doesn't have a follow-up. And now white also keeps a passed pawn. So it's very important for Wesley to at least capture that passed pawn before it's too late.
Do you think he might be realizing that it slipped a bit, the game?
It's possible. I mean, he must have expected this response by Gukesh, so something surprised him probably along the way. But this is also a very interesting move that he's thinking about, because if white captures the black knight, it's checkmate on the board. And it is also kind of a move you really want to play when your opponent is in time trouble. The white queen has to move. I think it's going to go to this square.
Keeping an eye on the pawn, that would be the checkmate.
Yeah, it's hard. It's difficult to find a follow-up for black. Maybe you can throw all your pieces at white's king, hitting this one again. This knight cannot be captured because of checkmate. So I think Wesley is sitting there and calculating this variation and seeing if it's worth going for or not.
I have a line. Can we try it? Can we go back to the rook next to the queen, the white queen? Just a tactic to see if it works. So bring the rook back. Yeah. Now, can you sacrifice the rook with the pawn, giving a check, and then taking the knight?
It's very well spotted, Simon.
Oh, yeah.
Is that good?
That is very well spotted. Yeah, you can do that, actually. The problem is that the following rook endgame would just be a draw, as they have rook and 2 pawns each. But this could be a bailout that Gukesh might be considering. I still think Gukesh is very hungry to get the full point here. He lost yesterday, and he's been going all in on this game. He knows that he's better, and he doesn't want to let this one slip. So he's going for
some blood.
For some blood, yeah, indeed.
And that's fascinating to see when he only has 57 seconds on the clock. He's playing against the tournament leader, and he's just saying, I've got this, I'm going all in. And it seems to be paying off, because now Wesley, there's a realization on Wesley's side that things didn't exactly go as he wanted. He had so much time. He still has a lot of time, but he's feeling that something is not going in the direction where he wanted it. And it could have been that queen move, Aryan. He's played it so quickly. He played that queen check and the capture so quickly. He might be regretting that.
Yeah, probably lost a bit of momentum there, but I think he was focused on going for this variation, and he has now seen something that he didn't like. The queen moves and the knight jumps to this square. I can really understand why he was excited about this, because it looks very dangerous for white.
It looks like a knockout. What's the defense here?
Yeah, it looks like a knockout. Actually, the defense is not easy to find. White actually can just sidestep the king.
What? Okay, Wesley missed this move. I think we can forgive him for that. What?
Yeah, but I'm curious. Can maybe white just push the rook up?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Let's see.
Very interesting. I mean,
That's actually a big mistake, because black can give a check and transfer the queen to this square, where you have all kinds of tactics. So this would be okay for black. But I mean, it is very hard to find this. I mean, I think Wesley should go for this position. Like, it's not easy for white to find this king move, and it's the only move that keeps the advantage in the position.
That would be insane if we get to see this position and Gukesh with 10 seconds on the clock makes that king move. That's my prediction.
But the more Wesley thinks, the more likely Gukesh is to find it.
Because he's calculating that right now.
He's calculating it right now, yeah.
Wow.
This is game theory, basically, right? When to stop.
Yeah,
The optimal point to stop.
It's actually the perfect moment to have you in the studio.
I'm just so excited. It's unbelievable. This King G1 move, if we get to this position, whether Gukesh will be able to find it or not, and when Wesley should make that actually decision. Very, very interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Such a tense moment, and the big question is whether Wesley will try that rook and knight attack heading for the white king. He must have noticed something, that's why he's pausing.
Yeah, no, I think Wesley is also very, very excited here. I mean, he's won 2 games and his opponent has 57 seconds on the clock. I mean, if he would take this game, it would be huge. Like, scoring a hat trick against the elite players in the world. I mean, it happens maybe once every 10 years.
No wonder he got excited. I think we would all be like, goodness me, this is the best tournament of my life. And it has been one of the best tournaments of his life. But he's taking the pawn instead. He's going for the more conservative approach of capturing the passed pawn of white.
And Gukesh there makes his move really fast. A retreating move. I would say, as the position has simplified, the white position is much safer to play, so I generally don't think that Gukesh is in big danger to lose this game. But the question is more if Wesley can escape. I would put my money on draw here if I had to bet. Because white is quite safe for now, but we'll see. Anything can happen.
Mehmet, I'm really curious how the Norway Chess evaluation bar has changed with these last few moves.
Basically, it agrees with Aryan, maybe slightly in terms of the draw. The draw is the most likely chance right now with 46%. It gives slight advantage to Wesley in general with 43% of winning chances still for Wesley, because, Gukesh is still will be under time pressure until the end of the game. There is no more added time after the move 40, just 10 seconds per increment. And given that, Gukesh is still, is likely to save this game more than Gukesh either will save this game with almost 50% of the time, or will with 11% of the time. So it seems to be like in the middle with slight advantage for Wesley due to time. But I'm very curious what's going to happen. To me, from my perspective, it does seem like you said, white. It's easier to play with white. Does black have some tricks on the book here? I mean, maybe with the knight, you never know what's going to happen. But it does seem that Gukesh is now past the most dangerous part of the situation.
Wesley has a very interesting opportunity activating the rook to this square. And I think that's what he's going to go for.
What's the idea? Can you tell us more about this rook?
I mean, if it's black to move again here,
He has
you
just played it. The rook,
the knight here,
the
and you have
fifth rank.
ideas of winning the white queen.
Wow, such
Great
a
move, great
dangerous
find by
move.
Wesley.
The knight check, the rook move that you've just showed how to win the queen of white if Gukesh doesn't respond correctly.
Very tricky
Raul.
situation right now. If Gukesh missed this move, it would be really bad news. And he hasn't moved for now, so. That's a
45
very bad sign.
seconds left for Gukesh to figure out how not to get into trouble here with the knight check and the rook coming in. And he resigns?
Why did he
wait,
resign?
Wait, did he offer a draw, Wesley? What?
Yeah, he offered a draw.
Wesley offered a draw.
Oh my god.
Wesley So offers a draw in a really crazy position that we still thought was testing the world champion Gukesh.
I don't really like it, actually, because the position was equal after Wesley's move, and Gukesh was down to second, so I don't think it was a wise choice there. As I mean, he was objectively not worse. But with the tournament situation, I guess he thought that draw was a good result.
We are all shocked here in the studio. We couldn't even tell what is happening. We did not expect a draw offer, but that means more chess. These two will be back in about 10-15 minutes time to fight it out in Armageddon. So Gukesh and Wesley So will have to figure out who is the winner in this match in a faster time control where white starts with more time, but black has draw odds. Let's head over to Prague's game as well, because the time situation for Alireza was really scary. I think Alireza is right now on 1 minute and 35 seconds trying to defend his position against the Indian prodigy Praggnanandhaa.
Praggnanandhaa has sacrificed an exchange, which has changed the position drastically. He forced the black rook. It was a very clever move by Prague, moving the rook to this square, forcing the black queen to trade. If you would take the queen, you would go in a really sad endgame for black. And the current position, black is an exchange up, but the black king is very unsafe, and with the time situation looking extremely scary for Alireza, threatening the black rook now, having ideas of including the knight. I think if Alireza protects his rook, Prague is going to just keep this rook in attack. You don't really want to trade it. And still he has all these threats in the position. And a nightmare to play this position in time trouble for Alireza.
A nightmare indeed. Only 30 seconds left for the French number one, Alireza Firouzja. I'm so curious, Mehmet, what the Norway Chess evaluation bar says when the situation is so low on time. Alireza moves his rook next to the king, trying to keep it safer.
It does say now, after this move, Prague's chances shoot up to 82%.
Wow!
And the remaining 18% is a draw. So Alireza, it says Alireza has basically no practical chances here.
So even though the objective evaluation, according to the computer, is black advantage, black should be better with the extra rook against the knight, the human factors say Prague has an incredible chance to convert this into a full point.
Absolutely. The human factors as well as the position on the board.
Wow.
Yeah, well, objectively white is better.
Oh, now it's catching up. Now the computer is catching up too and showing white advantage in the position, but huge advantage with the time factor taken into account too.
Meanwhile, I just want to mention that Magnus has very good winning chances, I think, right now. With the practical aspect, both have 8 minutes, and the trend is in black's favor. It might be huge for the tournament standings, in fact. If Alireza loses and Magnus wins, then shake things really up. I mean, who would have expected that 2 days ago?
What an event. Everything is getting shaken up in these last few rounds. I think if Prague is taking a bit longer of a pause here, we could show real quick Magnus Carlsen's position and the facts that you have highlighted already, Aryan, about the game of the world number one here with the black pieces. 7.5 minutes for Magnus, a bit over 8 minutes for Germany's number one, Vincent Keymer. What do you think gives the chances here to Magnus, in your opinion, Aryan, when it comes to this position?
The material is equal. I mean, they have queen, rook, and 3 minor pieces each. But black's king is safe, and I quite like black's rook on the side of the board is like controlling this file very well. I mean, White's position is solid, but for instance, if Magnus plays a move like this, it does feel easier for Black to play. I mean, you can try to throw some pieces at White's king, and I mean, if you have an equal position where world number 1 is playing, you would think the odds are in his favor. So
He's pushing his G pawn. Wow. Okay.
it's actually a great move. A very positional move, trying to stop White from advancing here. I mean, you can advance, but after Black captures, the following position is very preferable for Black because you get an outpost for your knight in the center of the board. I think Magnus is doing great.
What is the Norway Chess Bar evaluation here, Mehmet, for Magnus's chances?
Aryan, I think you explained it very well because I was not able to understand what's going on in this position and why Norway Chess Bar gives slight advantage to Magnus indeed. Although it thinks the most likely result is a draw with 73%, Magnus has 23% winning chances here, much more than Vincent, which is at only 4%. While they are going down on time, they both have similar times on the clock. They need to make 5 more moves before they get any increment. So that's going to be a huge determinant in this game. So either of the players can make mistakes, but it's much more likely that Keymer will make mistakes in this position than Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, and in fact, Vincent Keymer has been struggling with low time in this tournament. I think he lost all his Armageddons, if I remember correctly. So this it's getting really, really interesting. I mean, all 3 results are of course possible with the time. It's around an equal position, but I think it's easier for Black to play.
And in the meanwhile, while there's moves coming in here, we also have moves coming in the game of Alireza Firouzja, where he still has only 14 seconds left on the clock. I think after this pair of moves, we might need to head back to Prague's game, because Prague has a really good chance to convert this into a classical win, which would give him 3 points against the previous tournament leader, Alireza Firouzja. As you can see, the clock situation, very low time situation, 14 seconds for the French number 1, while Prague still has 12.5 minutes. Let's catch up on the moves, Aryan, on what happened just now.
Yeah, so Alireza is still an exchange up. So if you look at the material, Black is doing well, but White has a huge attack against the Black king. And right now, if Prague centralizes his knight, you have so many dangerous threats. It's really impossible, I would say, in a practical game to defend here. I mean, the position is objectively also very bad. I really think that Prague is going to take this one.
It's the nightmare situation that.
Yeah,
right?
it's really a nightmare because I mean these 2 pieces are just doing nothing. Like if you would place this rook on this square, I think Black could be doing fine, but this rook is so offside. Like it takes time to get it back to defense. I mean, he really wants to maybe play this move to improve his position, but right now it's very, very tough. Like you can maybe try to go here, but still White has a lot of attack. Maybe this will follow up next.
And if you take with the rook, the knight jump in with a check.
Yeah. Or even a move like this is also very dangerous. You have this check. The rook can go on this square. White has all the fun here, and Black is just defending.
This is so troublesome for Alireza, who started extremely well. He was leading for the first 5 rounds here in Norway, beat Magnus Carlsen on day 1, was the sole leader of the tournament up until yesterday, where Magnus said, "Hello, I want my revenge," and so he did. But now Alireza could suffer his 2nd loss in a row. That is more than just one bad game, Simon.
Yeah, I don't know if his mental strength is good enough because. Oh, we have some move.
Knight into the middle of the board. Alireza immediately pushes the pawn to not allow the knight jump.
trying to open up for this rook. But now Pragg has a very, very strong move, pushing his queen one square up, attacking this pawn. Also freeing up this pawn. I mean, you can capture this on the next move. Maybe Alireza wants to go for defense here.
So
as far as I can see, in this position, white can give this check, and after the king moves, you can take this pawn. Take this one. Pragg still has to play precise, but he has a very, very good position. Like, I mean, even here, you can even consider sometimes just trading and taking this one. I mean, you have 3 pawns.
3 pawns and the knight to compensate for the rook. That's a lot of material.
That's a lot of material.
Mehmet, how is it looking on your end when it comes to the assessment?
On my personal perspective, now I can understand that black is really in trouble. Beforehand, you know, it took time for me. I would not be able to easily assess why when rook was in A1 and white rook was in F1 in the F file there, why white is significantly better. But after you all explained, Aryan explained the position, and now F5 move, now I can see that black seems to be really in trouble. I mean, even from my own amateur perspective. And I can see the Norway Chess bar here giving 79% to white.
79% chance for Pragg to win this, and very low chances of draw. No chance, it's showing, if I can tell, for Alireza to win this. Huge moment for Pragg. Will he find that queen move, very important queen move that Aryan highlighted, to attack the black pawn and get the knight into the game? So that queen is attacking the black pawn. If you move it to the square that's highlighted there, also supporting the knight jump next. It's such a multi-purpose move.
Pragg down to 7.5 minutes. He calculating the variations here, making sure he goes for the right continuation. He should not spend too much time, though. I mean, it's nice to keep the time advantage.
What are the moves he might be considering, Aryan, in your opinion? The queen move being the best move. Are there any other options that are tempting here for Pragg?
I think he might be considering this move as well, centralizing the queen, keeping an eye on this rook, and also this is still in the cards. So this doesn't look natural as well. But it seems like black can move the queen to this square right now and has some defensive resources.
Try to trade queens. That's always a very good defensive resource, to try to trade queens when you're the one with the king that's struggling, the weaker king that's being targeted. If you manage to trade queens, your king will immediately get safer.
Especially in an open position like this, because black's kings is wide in the open, white's queen can usually check, and the knight is over there, knight can give a check, and so on. So in terms of the safety of the black king, safety of the black king versus the white king, obviously white king is much safer in this position.
Very well highlighted, Mehmet. And king safety is everything. The king is the objective of the game, to checkmate the opponent's king. So this is all about the black king, the queen move, getting closer, getting the knight in as well. Simon, if you had this position with the white pieces, do you think you would be thinking about those queen moves, how to get to the black king?
It's I find it really complicated. Maybe I will throw the game because, you know, with that kind of structure, it's not so easy at the amateur level, but maybe I would find a way.
I have full faith in you, and especially
Thank
now
you.
that Aryan is training all of us here. Every single day we get Grandmaster Master class, and you too at home. Hope you're taking notes, because we have a super Grandmaster here teaching all of us how to get better at chess. Free lessons.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there must be something bothering Pragg. Otherwise, he would not be taking this much time. So let's see. Maybe he's thinking about the rook moving back to defend. This one is still just very, very good for white. You give this check and capture this pawn, about to open up the black king even more. This check is not dangerous. You can just hide the king on this square.
Oh.
If black takes this pawn, you can just take back and
trade the rooks.
Yeah, you still have everything. Like takes. This would be checkmate in 2 moves.
Oh.
And Pragg moves the queen, but to the other square, so he's not going to the black pawn. He's going to
Not the best move. Now Alireza might be back in the game.
Oh. Queen check now by Pragg, also played very quickly.
Maybe he
4
wants...
seconds left for Alireza. He was about to flag there. He made his move in 4 seconds.
Really intense.
That was a mistake by Alireza. He should have just moved his king there. Now
There's no time. 6 seconds. Can we go full
placed.
screen? 5 seconds. 4, 3. He's about to lose on time. Alireza Firouzja, 2 seconds. He made the move with 1 second on the clock. My heart. My heart.
Alireza is such a fast player. I think he's... Even though he seems so chill.
That was actually a good move though by Alireza.
You see, it's not that simple, right?
He's freeing. I mean, he's freeing up his queen. The queen was on the pin. This was.
Pragg is taking the pawn, and Alireza captures back immediately.
Should activate his rook now, Pragg.
5 minutes left for Pragg. Only 21 seconds for Alireza.
Capturing that pawn is also good.
To take the pawn now, you're saying, Aryan?
Yeah, with the queen. And he is about to pick up the third pawn as well.
Yeah, white seems to have, if white takes this pawn for free, then 3 against 1 on the queen side, white seems to enjoy a good majority there.
Meanwhile, Vincent has been defending really well, and I think that game is going to go for a draw. Magnus is down to seconds, but they do get this 10-second extra, so he's not going to get flagged.
We'll definitely go to dead board as well as soon as things settle here. It looks like this is a crucial phase of the game between Pragg and the former tournament leader, Alireza Firouzja, who lost yesterday against Magnus Carlsen, might be losing his second game if Pragg manages to convert this. But also, Alireza is just like such a resourceful defender. He's been doing so well, even under this much pressure.
I heard once Alireza is starting to play better when he's down on the clock. I'm not sure if this was, you know.
Wow. He's a speed demon, so it wouldn't be surprising that to him this is like just a walk in the park. He makes brilliant moves with 1 second on the clock.
So if Alireza manages to save this position, I might need to update the Norway Chess bar.
The human factor for Alireza and time is not the same as for the rest of the world.
Exactly. I think, yeah. I might have to reconsider that.
Again, Alireza Firouzja is one of the best fast chess players. He played the speed chess finals against Magnus Carlsen in February in London. And in this game, he is proving why he is such an incredible player, even with no time on the clock. Praggnanandhaa trying to find something, but he's also using his final minutes. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left for Pragg.
It's a great move, activating the rook. It's a very unpleasant move to face also for Alireza in time trouble. Pragg has been spending time, but made very
Alireza push the pawn.
Pragg takes that pawn that Alireza has just sacrificed. 15 seconds left for Alireza.
Alireza can give a check, but Pragg is just going to block with the rook.
7, 6, 5, queen check.
Now you got to be careful with the checkmate patterns. Can you fall for a checkmate here if you're white? If you're not careful?
Not really, no.
No?
Yeah. I mean, you can move the king also to hide the...
Okay, I thought the queen and the rook linking together was...
Pragg is blocking the check with his rook on the diagonal. The pawn is guarding the rook, so it can't be captured. And now Pragg is threatening with checks of his own with the queen. The rook is coming back to the signature. Again, 1 second left on the clock when Alireza made his move.
Pragg take the pawn.
Rook attacking the queen.
Yeah, Pragg can take that other pawn as well or give a check. Any move is basically winning here.
So Pragg's position is back to winning after these last pair of moves. It hasn't been the most precise play by Alireza, but he was so low on time. He nearly lost on time again.
Pragg taking his time, trying to find the best move possible in this position.
Will he take the black pawn on the edge of the board, or will he retreat his queen so that his own pawn cannot be captured? He can also give checks. There's so many options here.
Pragg also getting down to 1 minute.
Such a tense moment. Will Pragg manage to convert this? He's gonna get 3 points if he wins this classical game. Mehmet, how is the assessment of the Norway chess bar at the moment?
It's 87% for Pragg and
Wow.
only 13% for Alireza to save this game. It seems very hard to save. I mean, honestly, just Pragg's position.
Yeah, sorry. Meanwhile, Humpy is saving the game against Divya. She was so lost earlier, but she's gonna make a draw.
Wow.
Big result for her.
Rook captures the pawn of Pragg and the king steps out of the check. 10 seconds left for Alireza. He's bringing his queen in to offer a queen trade. And as Aryan said, that game between the two
He has to
Indian
give a
female
check
players
now.
ended in a
Pragg, it's
draw.
very important that he gives a check. If he trades the queens, it's fine for Alireza. So he should give a check. And that's the best move.
And he finds it. King steps out of the check.
I
Can
think
be
he has a
further
knockout
checks,
now. He
queen
has a
check.
knockout. He can give a check and bring the rook.
And then there's a resigns because he's about to lose his queen. Praggnanandhaa takes down the French #1 Alireza Firouzja and earns 3 points for this incredible play in classical chess. What a game this has been, where Alireza was put on a lot of tests, both on the board and on the clock, low on time. And wow, for Pragg, this is huge after 2 defeats in the tournament to bounce back in the field and take down the former tournament leader. Simon, your first impressions on what we have just witnessed before we move on to the next games?
Yeah, Pragg really needed that win. Alireza was the top for a long time, but not anymore.
Not anymore, with 2 defeats now, back-to-back. Yesterday losing to Magnus, today to Pragg. It has been a tough last 2 rounds for Alireza. His leg is improving, but his chess, unfortunately, was better when he had his leg up on the chair next to him.
Yes, we should remind him to do that in the next round.
He might need it, unfortunately, but it has been an incredible game by Praggnanandhaa, and we will head back to the game of the world #1, Magnus Carlsen, who is trying to beat German #1 Vincent Keymer in a really incredible endgame here with just a few pawns and 1 pair of bishops left. Are there any chances here? Aryan, how is it looking for Magnus?
No, everything is getting traded off. I think Magnus is going to push that pawn, and a really, really fighting game. It ends in a draw in the end.
And there's the handshake, a draw, which means good news for us when it comes to more chess. Both Vincent Keymer and Magnus Carlsen will be back in the playing hall in about 10 minutes' time to fight it out in Armageddon. There has to be a winner in every match, and they will fight it out in a faster time control. We still have the game here that is about to start. One of our Armageddons to cover, the world champion Gukesh D against the tournament leader Wesley So. A reminder that white starts with 10 minutes in Armageddon. Wesley has 3 minutes less, but in case of a draw, it counts as a win for black. Let's check in on the opening choice today in Armageddon. And is it repeating the classical opening, or are they in a different territory, Aryan?
Definitely a different territory here. In the classical time control, Gukesh went for a different first move, in fact. But now we have an English opening, which is very very fighting. It looks a bit symmetrical, but this pawn is in the center of the board and white's pawn is on e3, so a bit different. I think Gukesh's approach is to just keep all the pieces on the board, try to outmaneuver Wesley. Usually black goes for his pawn push. Gonna develop his bishop on this square. At some point, Gukesh is gonna jump with his knight to this hole in the center of the board. That's kind of white's plan, trying to prepare this pawn push.
And we're going to see so many Armageddons, by the way, because both of the other games at Norway Chess Women ended in draw. So there's going to be Armageddon, one after the other. We're going to cover all the action. So first, it is what we have on our hands, Gukesh against Wesley So. The time situation, Gukesh has been playing so fast, he's increasing his time advantage for now. The knight is jumping into the middle of the board. That's a beautiful spot for a knight.
Indeed, a beautiful spot. Now Wesley could capture that knight and move his other knight, or he can, for instance, move his bishop up to ask if, to force the trade of the light squared bishops. This pawn push is very common in this position. That's why Wesley placed his rook on this square, ready to launch counterplay. But if Gukesh wants to, he can win a pawn right now. He can capture the knight, and after black takes back, he could take this one. But I think black is going to get a lot of compensation after capturing this pawn. Black is really, really nice center with this pawn mass. So I don't think he's going to do that. Gukesh captures this pawn. Wesley takes back. I think he's just going to go back with his rook, Wesley.
Seems to be a nice knight for Gukesh in the middle of the board.
Yeah, that's a strong knight, but black has his pieces on very decent squares, so I don't think Wesley is unhappy here.
Because draw is enough for Wesley.
Draw is enough for Wesley, and he has a very healthy position right now, including his rook. I think I've mentioned this before, but it's almost a nightmare to have the white pieces against Wesley in Armageddon, because he's very, very solid and hard to crack. He almost never loses games. So
absolutely. Actually, maybe I can mention some fun fact about Wesley So. In the past years, I analyzed Wesley So's, moves in Norway chess tournaments, and he has been several times the most accurate player in Norway chess tournament. Every year, year after year. Although he could not win a Norway chess tournament yet. Maybe this year could be the first one. And interestingly, this year, actually up to this moment, this round, it's not the Wesley So, but Alireza has been the most accurate player. The first time I have analyzed, Wesley So hasn't been the most accurate player. So he's been taking more risks, or maybe his opponents have been taking more risks as well.
It's been paying off for him.
It's been paying off really well. And another interesting fact is that this year in the Open tournament, really the average accuracy has been quite low compared to the past tournaments. In my opinion, one reason could be in the first game, Magnus lost. And everybody thought, okay, if Magnus lost to Alireza Firouzja, who was not in form before this tournament, and his injury, then maybe we could take risks and we can win this tournament. We have good opportunity now to win this tournament. And that's why they are going for it. I mean, I don't have a precise explanation, but it's really the difference between the average accuracies this year, the amount of risks taken this year are a lot compared to past years.
Very mysterious king move by Wesley there. I think he just wanted to support his knight, and now a queen trade has presented itself. I don't think Gukesh should go for it, because the endgame looked fine for black. Gukesh goes for a really ambitious move instead, capturing black's pawn. Gukesh is currently a pawn up, but black is getting a lot of activity, improving the knight, and if queen moves, I believe he's going to maybe push the pawn in the center. This is objectively speaking very good for Wesley, but Gukesh kind of had to do something because the game was going in a very solid direction.
You mentioned there the mysterious king move. It's very surprising to me. Why would Wesley play the king towards the center while still it's the middle of the game, and it's not the end game? It does seem very mysterious to me.
Yeah, it seemed odd to me. I thought he was wanting to push the pawn. Now White's bishop is attacked, so I think he's going to retreat to this square. This queen looks very exposed, but it's definitely not getting trapped, actually. Like, if black tries to harass the white queen, we have to keep in mind that this pawn is always hanging, so if black attacks it again, white can take this pawn with check, which might explain why the king should not have moved to this one.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
The king was here, you could actually trap the white queen, so Wesley's paying the price for that king move.
The bishop comes back all the way to the home square in front of the king.
If the king was here, black would have been winning in this position.
Wow.
Very interesting.
Trapping the queen.
Yeah. But yeah, indeed, the bishop came back. Aryan, today you've been the real predictor of the moves today. I mean,
you know what's very funny is that after white moves the queen, the best move is to move the king.
Oh my God, chess is hard.
But that's very hard psychologically, right? To go back to the square you came from.
And admit your mistakes.
Admit your mistakes, yeah. But it's a sign of strength to be able to.
There's no way to trap the white queen. She looks pretty in a bad spot in all this black territory. Feels like it could be trapped easily, no?
So that's the chance that Gukesh is taking to keep his winning chances. He went for that pawn grab and exposing his queen to those attacks. So you're right, Simon, that it's not looking that easy how to bring the queen back. And by the way, while Gukesh is playing this really important Armageddon, we also have an interview with his compatriot, his teammate, Praggnanandhaa, after his win of today. You're going to stay on the game, but also over to you, Prag.
Prag, tell us how the game went for you.
Yeah, I think it kind of went well. I don't know if I missed something easier. I played, somewhere around. I was basically playing for his time, but I couldn't really see a direct way. So that's why I was kind of trying to play fast, trying to keep the threats. I missed f5. I could have probably done it easier, but I got it done. After last two games, I think I was just making sure that I don't get to seconds because I was just making so many mistakes there.
You played this rook to a1, very nice tactic, and then get the knight on f6. Have you felt that Alireza missed that on the board?
Yeah, I think he did miss until I played f4. He probably didn't see it because kind of he was surprised with f4. But I'd seen it, but I wasn't sure. I was trying to see if there was any better way to do it, but I didn't see it. I thought I had to go for it. It looks really nice, but I was looking for something forcing, but maybe it's just not there.
Prag, you mentioned that you tried to play faster. Is there any special hint or advice that you can give the rest of us to play fast? How to play fast?
If there was something, I could have probably scored 2 more points. Yeah. No, just close your eyes and make moves. That's what I was trying to do today. Even then, I kind of got to 2 minutes. So I think in this time control, you just have to keep the time.
Well, have a rest of the nice day.
Thank you.
Congratulations to Prag. That's a huge win against Alireza Firouzja today. And oh boy, the evaluation bar here is jumping up and down. It cannot even follow the moves. Can we follow the moves, Aryan? What is happening in this Armageddon between Gukesh and Wesley?
Looking really good for Gukesh. He has picked 2 pawns while Wesley has been banking on the fact that he wanted to trap the white queen, but now the queen is escaping and white just has 2 clean pawns up. So it's not been working out for for Wesley after this king move. Just everything kind of went in White's way. Now Gukesh is 2 pawns up with a winning position. Isn't this... No, I was just going to say that it might be Wesley's first Armageddon loss, but it's not the case. He's lost an Armageddon in this tournament before. I think the first game, maybe?
Yes, against Prague he lost in Armageddon. His other matches went really well.
Yeah, so Wesley now trying to trade the light squared bishop to make the white king a bit vulnerable, but Gukesh has been playing really well. I think he's really about to win this one.
He's also keeping his time advantage where he have 4 minutes against
Very
a
nice
minute and
move.
a half.
You take the pawn, you lose the queen because of this tactic. Again, the black king.
And so Wesley moves the king, he's stepping out of it. He moved the king back to where it belongs.
It's a big price to pay, yeah, for that move.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It was just one. Maybe he wanted to make one quick move.
Yeah. Chess is merciless.
So hard. The Norway Chess bar thinks is now 79% for Gukesh to win, and there is only 17% for a draw in this position for Wesley So. In part because Wesley is also getting low on time here.
Yeah, so Gukesh wants to get these 2 passed pawns going. Once that happens, it's going to be very tough for Wesley to defend.
Wesley is making some space for his king by pushing the pawn on the side of the board. Gukesh copies the move.
Great move. Very practical by Gukesh there, just stopping any counterplay. Actually, White has a really nice move. He can move the knight to this square, and the family fork is introducing itself.
Will Gukesh play that move? It's beautiful, that tactical pattern. The
Yeah,
family
it's,
fork or royal fork, we call it.
Is it royal fork or family fork?
I learned it as family fork, but then I watched Kathy's video and she says royal fork, so I'm guessing it's both. We have so many names in chess, and the beauty is that Gukesh found this move. Family fork,
Wesley
royal fork coming up.
leans in his chair there. He realizes that...
Yeah, not happy.
Trouble.
You cannot prevent the knight from jumping to that square in front of the bishop, attacking the queen, and both of the rooks, all 3 pieces of black will be hanging.
Might honestly see a resignation here.
We could go on full camera because this could be the final moment in the game in this Armageddon between Gukesh and Wesley So. The tournament leader Wesley So had good chances in the classical game against Gukesh, but now is struggling in this Armageddon. The knight jump is a killer here. Wesley down to 31 seconds. He's moving the rook to give it up for some of the pieces,
that's
but
a very
now,
nice move by Prague.
The bishop attacking the queen and the rooks are hanging too, so it will be now extra material for Gukesh, even more material up. Offering a queen trade.
Very accurate game by Gukesh. Has been playing flawless. Very nice, nicely converted. He's gonna resign now, Wesley. Okay,
He's still fighting on bringing the queen back. 7 seconds left for Wesley. The queen is being attacked now by the rook. 4 seconds for Wesley.
Now, can you just take that pawn, or?
That's what Gukesh is doing. The rook is coming back to try to trade, but the knight captures it, and Wesley So resigns against the reigning world champion Gukesh, who wins in Armageddon against the tournament leader Wesley So. What a day this has been for Gukesh after being so low on time in the classical game against Wesley, nearly losing that game, but also having winning chances, and now it's Wesley who resigns in this Armageddon that has been very well played by the world champion, and not giving much chance for Wesley to hold.
Yeah, Gukesh did a really amazing game. I'm really curious to see what is the accuracy from that game. I'm sure it's pretty high.
I wonder if you can just listen in because the players are analyzing.
Yeah, knight c6 with d5 was very strong. Knight c6 was stage. Because yeah, he probably had more than one. I think, not even sure. if I mean, you had so many ways, yeah. Rook b4, rook f4. Yeah, I thought rook b5 was quite important. Rook b4. Yeah. Bring back quickly. Yeah. This moment, knight d5, I gave rook f4. Yeah, queen f7. Queen h4, try up rook e8 there. And queen h1. Sure,
And we are about to start yet another Armageddon here at Norway Chess. This is the clash of generations. Humpy Koneru, the queen of chess in India, will have the white pieces and start with 10 minutes against Indian rising star Divya Deshmukh. Divya has draw odds, but 3 minutes less in this game, where there will be a winner, as it is always the case in Armageddon, and the game is about to start. Humpy adjusting her pieces. I'm very curious to see how the opening will be in this game, and if they will repeat what they played earlier, or is it a completely different choice. The queen's pawn opening is on the board. It was a Benko earlier that Divya played with the pawn sacrifice, and she's repeating it.
Benko again.
She's repeating the pawn sacrifice. It was really well working out for her in Classical, so she's going for the same approach, same opening.
Wow, I guess she's expecting that Humpy didn't have time to
check it.
To check it, meanwhile, because it is supposed to be a very risky opening if White knows it well, giving White an advantage. But Divya banking on the fact that there was not much time between those two games. By the way, is the Armageddon starting at this, like the other Armageddon's been played at the same time?
No, we have them staggered, so we are focusing now on the ladies. Then Magnus Carlsen's Armageddon will begin against Vincent Keymer, and then we have Ju Wenjun against Anna Muzychuk. So we're going to cover all the action here in Norway. There's so much Armageddon today. Yesterday, 4 decisive results in Classical. Today, 4 Armageddons. So this is now one of the many Armageddons, if I counted correctly. Yes, we had 2 decisive results in Classical today and 4 Armageddons. When it comes to the current position, is it still what they played in Classical? Aryan, do you remember?
No, I think in that game, she developed her knight on this move, so it's a bit different now. Maybe Humpy, meanwhile, talked to her coach and got some advice. I think
it would make sense to be prepared against the Benko at the same time, as you highlighted. It's quite a risky and sharp choice, and you only need a draw with black in Armageddon, so it probably is a surprise that Divya is playing a gambit.
Yeah, it's a good move by Humpy, opening up for her bishop. So White is going to be a pawn up, but black is kind of hoping to have enough compensation with the central pawns. So a very imbalanced position, but it's kind of crazy to go for this opening with black if you only need a draw.
Yeah.
Takes with a knight. This check is very natural. Whenever you are material up, you generally want to trade pieces. So
what about the queen check on a4? Can you do that?
You can do that, but black will block it, and then you want to maybe go here.
Bring the bishop, yeah.
Yeah, then that's a good move, Simon. Yeah, she has the option to do that.
Okay.
I suspect she's gonna start with this though, because after the bishop blocks, you could then come up with the queen. So.
Yeah, that's really very interesting. As Anna and Aryan, you mentioned that Divya went again for this opening choice. It seems to be pretty risky, and Divya needs only draw in this position. I'm curious to know. I'm curious to see really what's going to happen here. What she prepared.
Trades that bishop. I think Humpy is going to castle, get her king to safety. This is a better outcome for Humpy compared to the first Classical game they had. Also, Divya has been spending more time now.
And by the way, while the Armageddon is being played, we also have an interview with Magnus Carlsen after his draw against Vincent Keymer. So we're going to stay on the game and also let Magnus talk about his game.
Oh, a pawn sacrifice in the center.
A very good sacrifice, actually. Black
We're going to cover it in a second, guys. Sorry, but Magnus wants to talk to us. Sorry about that.
At a confession, you mentioned about this move bishop to d7, and I guess you just learned who was the person that you talked to.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Sorry, David.
Magnus, tell us how the game went. Did you play again old man chess that went really good for you yesterday?
I wouldn't necessarily say so. I think I just tried to do something to get a game, and we got that to some extent. I obviously was worse at the get-go, but I felt like it was at least semi-manageable. And yeah, after a while I was pressing, but it didn't feel like it was anything special. And I think at some point he kind of changed his mindset and started defending, and he did that really well. And I probably could have kept the game going, but I didn't see a way. And then the clock started ticking and kind of lost hope.
At this point, are you pushing yourself to win in classical games rather than to go to Armageddon, or you don't really think too much about that?
No, I mean, at least I'm trying to do something to get the games going for sure. Because yeah, probably gonna need a lot of classical wins. But you know, it didn't go my way today, but I'll keep trying, and at least we got a nice fighting game.
Thank you very much, and have a nice rest of the day.
Thank you.
Magnus Carlsen's game will be decided today in Armageddon as Vincent Keymer. We're going to head back to the ladies first, since that game is already heating up as the boys here in the studio were getting really excited about the pawn sacrifice. We need to show what happened there in the middle of the board. The pawns are gone now, and white has just castled.
Looking very good for Humpy. She's still a pawn up, and I don't really see much compensation for black. She can line up her rook on this file, develop her knight. To be honest, I think Divya is very, very tilted from the last game. I mean, she goes completely winning, and then she messed that up and ended up in a draw. And I think it's just very hard sometimes to forget about the classical game if you had so many chances. So I've been there myself when I played this event. So it's hard to focus on the Armageddon so much. Humpy, great move, activating her queen.
They have about the same amount of time. So Humpy spent a lot of time in the opening stage.
Maybe
Good
she
point,
wants
Simon.
to
Yeah, she started with
give
3
this
extra
check
minutes.
If black castles, and then go for this aggressive approach, threatening this check.
Smarter mate.
Yeah, but I think black can defend, moving the queen 1 square to the right, and white doesn't have anything here, so let's see what she goes for. She should just develop her pieces. That would be very practical and good.
It's crazy to see how Humpy's time advantage is almost fully gone. 3 extra minutes is how white starts in Armageddon. Good thing for Humpy is that the position is better, and she's going for the queen check. Divya's king now going back into the corner. Will she now develop the knight as Aryan has been suggesting? That looks like a very natural move.
I think she she gave this check to put the knight here, but she doesn't have a good way of continuing after the black queen just defends. So this was not the right way to play for Humpy, actually, and she's lost the momentum now. As well as the clock, Divya has more time on the clock. This is been going Divya's way the last 2 moves.
She's jumping in with the knight, but the queen immediately stops the check.
I mean, it's just 1 threat, and then white's pieces are going to be driven back, and black's going to get tempo on them too. So, I mean, she's missing pieces here. She had to develop earlier. Now this is looking very good for Divya.
Divya playing really fast, maybe trying to flag Humpy, maybe giving not a lot of chance to Humpy to improve.
The rook and the queen of white are attacking the black bishop now. And Divya simply protects it with the rook from the side on the 7th rank. Finally, that knight is getting developed on the queen side for Humpy.
maybe activate the knight now. Looks very natural. And you have some forks in play.
It was really a good lesson there, Aryan, that you taught us, because while attacking, maybe you need to calculate everything before making sure you attack, your attack works. Here, if black just kicks away white's knight over there, then your attacking pieces are coming back, and like, for example, Humpy did it there, and it did not pay off.
Yeah, you kind of just lose time there, and black really gets the momentum instead.
Maybe she's looking for a knight jump and hitting the rook and also the pawn. That would be a nice fork, don't you think?
Which one?
The white knight in the square that the queen was, but now.
Yeah, she's still looking at this fork.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, now a pawn is falling, or am I crazy?
Close, Simon. The problem is that this knight was protecting the rook. But let's see what happens. Black's rook is attacked, moving to the center. The board still looking good for Divya. Once this knight jumps, it's really gonna hurt.
Yeah, that knight is threatening both the square you're highlighting and the fork to attack both of white's rooks.
Humpy, less than 3 minutes.
She's got an extra pawn, but there's so many threats by Divya that it's hard to face them all.
Meanwhile, Magnus is in trouble, but we'll keep an eye on this game. Yeah, Magnus has miscalculated something, but Vincent trusted him.
Apparently a missed chance by Vincent Keymer in his game in Armageddon. Can we show that real quick? Because these are happening all at once, unfortunately. There are a lot of Armageddons today and everyone is playing at the same time. Magnus Carlsen made a mistake, but Vincent Keymer trusted Magnus too much, and now the pieces are getting traded. This is a rook and bishop endgame, and remember that with the black pieces in Armageddon, a draw is enough. So Vincent Keymer has to play this for a win. He's got an extra pawn, but his opposite colored bishops and also Vincent's pawns are doubled, and his king is now stuck because of Magnus's bishop move.
Yeah, Vincent's king is trapped right now.
And you cannot move the white rook off the back rank because you can get checkmate.
It's a good point, Simon. The rook is stuck there. I think Vincent is going to drop back his bishop one square to block that file.
The Norway Chess bar says it's 77% draw in this position.
Yeah, no, it's a very safe position for Magnus.
And in the
After
meantime,
seeing this, I think the other position is more interesting.
Humpy has made a big mistake, and Divya is winning a rook now with a knight jump. She's gonna capture with her knight one of the rooks of Humpy that was missed by Humpy. Look at that beautiful black horsey there, the knight attacking both of the white rooks, now offering a queen trade, and there's no way out of this attack.
Yeah, Divya is going to win material and has a winning position. Now just take the queen back, and there is a fork that is going to win one of white's rooks.
And he's really low on time, so not looking good.
And a reminder that Divya only needs a draw. She doesn't even have to win the winning position because she only needs a draw in Armageddon to get the full point for the win. Huge turn of events here. Humpy had the better chances earlier, but missed this knight fork. I think we can go back to Magnus's game because this, unfortunately for Humpy, is looking like there is no way out of this. Divya in a winning position with more time. Humpy takes the knight, gives up the rook so that she can save the other rook, but it's still what we mentioned. It's a rook against a piece, a rook against the knight.
Now you cannot move the bishop.
Check. We could go on full camera because Humpy might just be about to resign. The king steps ahead. 58 seconds left for Humpy Koneru, 2 minutes for Divya.
Unfortunately for Humpy, her bishop is pinned as well, so she cannot get her pieces out.
Divya is taking her time to figure out the most precise way to
Just
continue.
move the knight back.
Goes back to your earlier point, Aryan. First, develop your pieces, get them out, and then perhaps attack.
Yeah, this bishop, unfortunately, that never came out for Humpy.
And also the rook, they seem glued together. You cannot do anything. The black rook on the back rank is doing all the job.
And indeed, the knight move appears on the board, attacking the bishop of white, offering a knight trade. If that's taken, that will create a pass pawn for Divya, and that pawn is about to attack the bishop. So the knight comes back to guard the bishop, a very passive position for Humpy, who is low on time, has less material, and her pieces are completely stuck. A minute for Divya against 44 seconds for Humpy.
At least Humpy can breathe a little.
What if Divya moves? It's Humpy's turn, is it?
Divya,
It's
right
Divya's
now.
turn. What if she moves the bishop to pin the double pin the rook? Ah, okay. So she moved it.
Very good move, Magnus.
Yeah, that's a
She's
great move.
targeting the pinned bishop. If that bishop is taken, the white rook will be captured. So the knight, the bishop, and the rook of Divya are all attacking the bishop of Humpy.
Oh.
Humpy is attacking Divya's rook to try to counterattack.
Let-
30
Divya's
seconds
up
left for
choice now,
Divya.
just double. That's a very precise move.
She
If,
just takes the bishop with the knight.
Humpy takes the rook, Divya is going to take the knight with check and then take white's rook. This is
tactics.
over now.
Very well played by Divya.
I think we're going to see resignation.
12 seconds left for Humpy. And she resigns. Divya Deshmukh wins her Armageddon game, and we are running over to Magnus Carlsen, who has the black pieces against Vincent Keymer in an Armageddon as well. So in case of a draw, it counts as a win for Magnus. Vincent has to play this for a win. He's up a pawn, but it's opposite colored bishops, and also black's pieces are so active. White cannot get out of the corner.
Yeah, white can't get out of the corner. Magnus got this in the bag right now. I don't see any way for Vincent to create a single threat. I think he might just agree to a draw here, actually, because there's no way to improve the position.
The black bishop is doing such a great job.
Yes, it's really heading towards a draw.
Vincent has been doing well here in Norway in classical chess, but his Armageddon has been struggling. He said it that he doesn't really play much Armageddon. It's a unique format here in Norway chess, and he might be going down again in the Armageddon. He's activating his bishop, putting pressure on Magnus's pawn. Looking up to see the move number. They need to make it to move 40 to start getting increment.
Yeah, he can, for instance, move his rook to this square, attack white's bishop. I don't know if the analysis board is working, or he can push his pawn. I mean, Vincent is a pawn up, but he has double pawns and cannot really make any threats. I don't know why Magnus is thinking so much.
Magnus is down to his final 50 seconds. We could just go to full camera, I think, because
Yeah.
these are the final moments in the game, and Magnus is really low on time now. 44 seconds left.
He wants to force the issue.
He's pushing his pawn to offer a pawn trade.
This is good enough. Vincent takes it. Magnus is going to take that pawn with the rook and then regain the pawn, the other pawn as well.
And that's exactly what Magnus is going for. The other pawn of white is about to fall as well.
Yeah, no, this was actually very precise by Magnus. If Vincent pushes his pawn to defend the other one, Magnus is going to move his rook one square up, hit the white bishop and the pawn. And White's king is still stuck.
Vincent is discouraged, I can see. Shaking his head a bit.
He has to play this for a win, but he's not finding any more chances of playing on. And I think he offered a draw there, which means it's a win in Armageddon for Magnus Carlsen against the #1 player of Germany. Their classical game was really exciting and interesting too, but eventually it had come down to this. Magnus Carlsen wins in Armageddon twice in this event against Vincent Keymer, and the final Armageddon of the day is between the reigning women's world champion Zhu Wenjun and the defending champion of Norway Chess women Anna Muzychuk. Ju Wenjun starts with 10 minutes, Anna with 7 minutes only, but in case of a draw it counts as a win for Anna. Let's check in on the position. Actually, we are too late because it's handshake already. Anna Muzychuk wins the Armageddon against reigning women's world champion Zhu Wenjun. I wonder if we can replay that final moment because it happened just as we arrived at the board. I think in the final position, Anna was already up material, has an extra queen basically, and threatening the white king as well. What a day of Armageddon chess this has been. We have just witnessed 3 Armageddon games back to back, 4 Armageddons in total. 2 decisive games in classical chess, and the tournament is wide open on who's gonna take it with only 3 more rounds to go. Simon, your thoughts on some of the action we have just witnessed? I don't even know which game stands out to you now of the Armageddons. What caught your attention the most?
I mean, for me, it was a Benko.
The Benko, the opening of Divya, the gambit.
Yes. I wanna study this opening. And Aryan, you did a great job with me the other day trying to explain to me the Benko, but it's fascinating. I think if you're getting a little bit more advanced in chess, the Benko is nice to have in your repertoire.
And since you mentioned that opening, we also have now Divya with us for an interview about her Armageddon win today.
Divya, congratulations winning the Armageddon. If you can tell us how the game go.
It started off in a very fighting way because I played the Benko, and yeah, I think she had the initiative until a certain point because I wasn't really focused, and then she went e4. I think afterwards she should be better. But then, yeah, I did not like this Queen e6 plan because it wasn't working out, and yeah, I think she started to panic a little bit in the time trouble.
What about the classical game? We thought that you were very close to win, that you played so well, but then something happened. Can you tell us what was the reason of not winning?
Yeah, I started seeing ghosts, and that's the only reason I didn't win. Nothing was going on in the position, and I saw every winning move. Actually, when I played bishop d4, I wanted to go c4, but I don't know, my mind hallucinated, and I instead went bishop d4, which was not that good. And after that, it was equal.
How are you going to rest today and recharge your batteries?
Well, the usual eat, sleep, repeat.
Have fun and have a very nice rest of the day.
Thank you.
And since all the Armageddons have pretty much finished at the same time, let's also head over to Magnus Carlsen, who won in Armageddon against Vincent Keymer.
How the Armageddon went?
It was all right. I think I played a little bit too slow in the opening, probably not so great also, but at a certain point, I think he might have missed an opportunity to win a pawn in a better way. And after we exchanged everything, there were opposite color bishops, but his not only is my bishop caging in his king, but I think what also he might have missed is that it's also protecting against checkmate on c8, which means that he's just in a bind and there are no chances. So that meant that all of a sudden time is not an issue at all. So that was nice.
In general, would you prefer to play Armageddon with white pieces or with black pieces?
It's Depends. Generally, I feel like it's a little bit easier with black psychologically, but I think my results are just as good with white. So whichever side I'm on.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
An Armageddon win for Magnus Carlsen, and also an Armageddon win for the world champion Gukesh against Wesley So. So over to you, Gukesh.
Gukesh, you were here giving an interview, and you can hear Wesley also giving an interview. He was talking about your game. Have you heard some of his thoughts?
No, I mean, we were discussing after the Armageddon a bit. So, like, yeah, we did discuss our thoughts, but I didn't manage to hear. Yeah.
He just said that he's working on some chessable course, and this was some kind of part. Tell us how the game went, and also if you can share with us what you were talking about, because you were sitting after the game for some time and talking.
Yeah, after the Armageddon, we were just talking about the classical one. There was this one moment where I went knight d5, which probably lost the advantage, where I should have probably gone rook d6 or queen h4. That should have been winning, but yeah, we were just discussing about that, and yeah, other than that moment, it was a pretty good game. I think just that one moment I could have been better. Yeah.
And in the Armageddon, you were pressing on the clock. You kept at least 2 minutes, 3 minutes edge on the clock. Was that your strategy to just push on clock?
Also, I thought I played a decent chess game, but yeah, like, I mean, when you have more time in the Armageddon, obviously it's tougher for the opponent. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and have a nice rest of the day.
Anna, please share with us, how did Armageddon go? I mean, you won with the black, which was very nice.
Yes, I think I was quite lucky today in both games. So, well, especially in the first one, because yeah, for classical, it wasn't going well. But Armageddon was, I think it was more or less okay.
Did you feel that maybe psychologically, once you survived the classical game, there was this moment where you could manage to push in the Armageddon?
Yeah, of course, it has an impact both of, I mean, on me and on her. So,
thank you so much, and best of luck for tomorrow.
With that Armageddon win of Anna, she is now in third place, and the tournament leader is Bibisara Assaubayeva after beating Zhu Jiner in classical. That was the only classical game decided in classical in Norway Chess Women, while the Armageddon win of Divya Deshmukh secures her second place. But with 3 more rounds to go, everything is still possible at Norway Chess Women. And in Norway Chess, the leader is still the 3-time American champion Wesley So, regardless of his Armageddon loss today against world champion Gukesh. Pragg was the only player who managed to win in classical today. He beat former tournament leader Alireza Firouzja with the 3 extra points. Pragg is now jumping up to 5th place. While at the very top, again, as we mentioned, Wesley is first. Second places for Alireza Firouzja still, but 1 point behind him is a man called Magnus Carlsen, who is climbing up on the ladder to try to make it to the top of the standings. He is the defending champion of Norway Chess, has won it 7 times already. Can he do it again? Will be one of the main questions for the remaining 3 games. And after all this action here in the studio, I just want to have your thoughts, everyone, on what moment stood out to you the most today. Starting with you, Mehmet, out of all the games we have seen in Classical, in Armageddon, what comes to you when you think about today as a moment that will be something you think of, something that was special?
For me, the most interesting game was between Gukesh and Wesley So, where Gukesh was significantly ahead in terms of the position. However, he was behind in the clock. So that made his situation very difficult. It could have been any 3-result game. It was a 3-result game. Any player could have won there. And in the end, we saw Wesley So thinking about the tournament situation, not just the position on the board, but the tournament situation, offered a draw in a position where Gukesh had very little time on the clock. So that's very interesting. That was kind of a strategic choice from his perspective. And especially if he won the Armageddon game, actually, he would really solidify his chances to win this tournament. He's still the clear first. So he's very, very high likely to win this tournament. But that was the game that stood out for me.
That really was such a critical moment, and we were so shocked about the draw for we didn't even realize that the draw was offered. It just came out of the blue. Simon, your thoughts on today and what stood out to you the most?
I mean, for me, it feels like this tournament has always been the women's section. I always find them so instructive, and I feel like I can learn so much from them. So I invite everyone who wants to follow this game online. Now that we've finished this broadcast, you can watch the game, right? On the website of your choice, Norway Chess 2026, and you can access the game of today's and all the past days.
Very good point to replay the games. I think we as well will need to replay the games because everything was happening all at once. So it was not possible to follow all the moves, but so many instructive games, so much fight at Norway Chess Women. They have been the more accurate players according to Mehmet's statistics. So Norway Chess Women, higher level chess, more risk at Norway Chess. Aryan, your final thoughts on today and what stood out to you the most? What was the most memorable moment in your opinion?
To me, the moment that stood out the most, I mean, I was going to mention what Mehmet mentioned, but because he
took it already.
he took it, I think that was a very instructive moment when Praggnanandhaa sacrificed the exchange. I mean, it was at move 35 if the viewers want to go and replay that game. It was very, very instructive. And then he was a full exchange down, but had a really nice attack on Black's king. And that goes to illustrate the power of pieces.
The power of the pieces, indeed. And with that, tomorrow's pairings are also very promising. Let's start with Norway Chess Women. Simon, since you mentioned that the female players here have been just so impressive, also more accurate than Norway Chess. And for tomorrow, we have some really important clashes.
Yes, tomorrow we have Zhu Jiner against Ju Wenjun, the Chinese. So let's see, that's going to be a clash of generation here. We have Anna against Humpy, two legends. Let's see. And Divya and Bibisara, the youngsters, and they're leading actually the tournament. So that's going to be a real fight.
And Divya needs to try to beat Bibisara in classical to jump ahead of our current leader, Bibisara. That's the only way she can jump ahead to get 3 points in a classical win. Aryan, when it comes to Norway Chess, what do we have for tomorrow on the agenda?
We have Magnus with 9 points playing against Pragg. These players are sharing the third place now currently. Very important game for Magnus to try to win and go up in the ranks. Alireza, after today's loss, on 10 points playing against world champion Gukesh on 8 points. And then we have the tournament leader Wesley So playing against Vincent Keymer. The point is actually wrong for Vincent Keymer. He has 9 points, not 9.5, so the graphic is wrong there. But yeah, that's going to be a very interesting matchup as well.
Huge games tomorrow, as every day. Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women always deliver excitement in classical chess, Armageddon clashes, time scrambles, mistakes even in the games of Magnus Carlsen. Everybody is a human. It helps us to feel better about ourselves, but also so exciting and entertaining. And we had today as a special guest Magnus's father with us. So much insight, also parenting advice, how to help your children and not put pressure on them. Very much something that you might want to rewatch if you weren't with us earlier during the broadcast. And we really want to thank you for being here with us today. We hope to see you tomorrow, same time, same place, for day 8 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. See you tomorrow and have a great day.